I said I voted no, but if you wanted to do
A lot of people texted me and were like, there's no way you're going to do this. And that made me want to do it so much more.
I thought it
Yeah, I
was
texted you and said, damn,
I voted no just in case.
Well, because it was a joke. At first it was a joke. And then I was like, what if I actually did it?
The vortex always get you.
So I just went for it.
And by the time that we're out of quarantine, it'll be like longer than Maggie's. So like,
yeah, that's why I did it, because it's not like anyone's going to see me. Except for, you know,
what is it?
everyone in GBM. Everyone on the live stream.
Your TikTok
Maybe
famous?
you gotta mute us.
Yeah, did you see my TikTok?
It was pretty funny.
Wait,
it was
in the chat.
You know who's
really
TikTok famous? First year rep.
Yeah.
Cole is a TikTok celebrity.
I said someone from my
videos come out on my For You page.
Me, literally same. Literally same.
Right? Like, that's so weird.
I was like, wait, how the hell did you get 70K likes? It was shit.
I had a friend who got 1 million likes on TikTok.
I told my grandmother about it, and she said, I never expect, this is not an accomplishment. I was, wait, what did you say, Grandma? You can say hi to the audience.
While we're setting up, please, as yesterday, change your name to your position.
Something like that. It was funny. Oh, I have to change my name.
Hey, Melon can't be my new position.
Bylaws changes, bylaws.
You guys gonna say hi to my mom?
Yes.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah, because I'm wearing your Terrapins t-shirt. Okay, bye. Get out. Thank you.
Your mom.
Bruh.
Oh, that was so nice.
Bruh.
Oh.
Good children.
You know what I've been listening to a lot?
What's that?
The Wii Boxing soundtrack. Have you ever heard the Wii Boxing soundtrack?
The Wii bowling
like,
soundtrack.
When you play Wii.
Yeah, wait, let me play it real quick.
All right, it's 6:02. All right. So we're gonna start.
Bruh.
So I currently have it on that everyone can.
Bruh.
Kick me.
Are you sure that you want to have it so that everyone can unmute
Well,
themselves?
let's try it, and then if it becomes an issue, then it becomes.
Is there a way for you to have a setting where like only legislators can unmute themselves or something?
Bruh.
It's the chat disabled.
What is that?
All right. So I guess that's that. It was fun while it lasted. Sorry, guys. So for student concerns, please do the hand raise or Slack me if you think there's someone else that wants to speak. So we'll start with any student concerns. So the RQ rep, what's up?
So I have a student concern from Hannah that she slacked me. So this is from a junior in CMNS and the business school who lives in Commons. And they say, I think it's an absolutely ridiculous policy that will completely reduce the value of grades this semester and turn UMD into a laughingstock. I read the FAQ and I know it says it's not grade inflation, but that's BS and we all know it. AA will cause massive grade inflation. If you want to reduce the value of your degree, then fine, go with AA. You can say it's only for a semester and companies will understand, but there's a reason most schools aren't doing AA. It's because they know it's a stupid policy. We all know why most people want AA, because everyone wants an easy GPA boost this semester. Yes, I get it that it would be beneficial for some students, but frankly, most of the proponents for AA are just looking to get off easy this semester and not having to work in any of their classes. The FAQ makes the argument that we know that UMD students care about the quality of their work and won't slack off. Not a direct quote, but that's a sentiment. But that's a load of BS and we all know it. Yes, a lot of students do care about their work.
I would appreciate the language. I know it's a student concern, but if you could just for decorum, please.
Yes, a lot of students do care about their work and will still get it done, but a lot of students will check out entirely for the rest of the semester and won't do any work at all. And frankly, as much as people may not like to hear this, not everyone deserves to pass a class. If you're going to go into engineering and you should have failed Calc 1, but you passed because of AA, you're just going to be that much more blank for Calc 2. And you can't pass Calc 1, then frankly, you shouldn't be an engineer. If you can't pass algorithms, then frankly, you shouldn't be a CS student at UMD, because letting everyone pass reduces the value of all our degrees and turns this university into a joke. Coming from someone who loves this university and is a tour guide for it, AA is the worst possible policy that can be enacted, and it is frankly stupid. And then they also say sorry for the language.
All right. Was that the only student concern that you have? RQ rep?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, next.
Oh no, this dude unmuted. Oh fuck. I just talked after he unmuted me.
Are you?
Yeah.
You have a student concern?
Nah.
All right. Is there a student concern that you got?
No, I have a point of information. So in previous GBMs, you have point of ordered even students giving student concerns when those concerns are personal attacks on other students. I'm just wondering what is the criteria and why the comment specifically, then maybe you shouldn't be an engineer, wasn't point of ordered out of respect for students.
I'm gonna do my best. I'm sorry that I didn't catch that.
Well, what's the criteria then that you're using to determine what is a personal attack and what's not?
Reasonable discretion, and I'm sorry I missed that. All right, we'll move on to the next student concern.
Hi, so I don't know if this counts, but one of my friends, she sent the link to the she sent like the links to the AA policy petition and to the other petitions in some of her group chats, and I have some messages from students. Can I like, are those like?
If those are student concerns, sure.
Okay, give me one moment. Bear with me, everyone. Sorry, I didn't know if this would count or not. So, the main concern from the students was that, oh golly gee, they agree with the fact that like there's a lot of issues coming from like the virus and everything because everyone has like their mental constraints and wow, I don't know how to speak. Just everyone is going to have a lot of more stress than usual because of what's going on. And so they said that they think that a system where everyone gets all A's is too dramatic. Maybe a system where every grade is lifted a letter. If you get a C, it becomes a B. That's better. But everyone dealing with the same stuff, they don't have office hours or like any other kind of school resources, just like everyone else. So like, there's the only reason there should be basically like everyone's dealing like in regards to like their school resources, it's all the same. So that like they shouldn't have such inflated grades. And that it's just they said we're all dealing with the same crazy stuff, and that's just not an excuse to give everyone A's. This is just of it. That's all. I'm gonna time myself out. Thanks everyone. Goodbye.
Leonardtown community, do you have a student concern?
Sorry, yes, I do. Like one of the previous ones, this is belayed on behalf of Hannah Clark, off-campus neighboring representative. Let me pull up the specific language. I will try and screen for language concerns and any sort of personal attacks. Sorry, one moment. Just a second, pulling it up right now. Okay, perfect. So this is from an off-campus neighboring student who is a member of the CMNS community. I do not support AA policy. This is a very hard time for everyone, and we are all deeply impacted by COVID-19 in our personal, academic, and work lives. Each one of us is impacted differently, and I have no intention of excluding anyone's personal situation. I send warm wishes that everyone remains safe so that we can get through this together. However, as much as we are all impacted by COVID-19 and the university's call to move online for the rest of the semester, I do not believe that grade benefits should be sought from this. Rather, grades should remain unaffected through an optional pass-fail system. The AA policy downgrades those students who have worked very hard towards earning A's and A minuses on their own. The AA policy hurts Reputation University that is viewed as a top competitive state university due to our real grade distributions. The AA policy causes all students to lose motivation and does not give teachers a fair chance to challenge their students as university teachers should. Handing out A's and A minuses should not be regarded lightly, so please do not enjoy the AA policy. And that's that.
Thank you. I'm gonna kick out the people who have inappropriate names. I changed the settings so those that I kick out can't return. So either you can change your name or I will have to remove you for decorum reasons. But, all right, I'll start the next student concern. Peace Sauce Rep, do you have a student concern?
I do. And she did not disclose her her grade with me, but I know that she is a junior, and she is in pre-med. And it's a quick student concern. She just wanted to let me know that she was in pre-med and that she simply just cannot do pass-fail.
All right. Thank you. Is there another student concern? Or is that the only one? I just want to make sure that everyone has a chance.
As of right now, that is all that's been collected. I do have a point of information though. And it was in regards of the form. I know that you said that the link like should have worked for students. But is there a reason as to why it could have not worked for students to turn in? Because I've had a lot of feedback from students saying that they use the account, their like school account, and it still has not worked for them.
I think that's more of an IT question, which I can find out about. But it's the same form settings that have been used the entire year. And so I'll look into it, but there are submissions, so it clearly works for some, and I don't know why it doesn't work for others. But the UMD chart mail restriction is simply because we can only take student concerns from students, and to keep them anonymous, then that's the restriction that needs to be put on them.
Okay. I have another point of information. If I may.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So like yesterday, we proceeded to be able to accept student concerns when it was like right before before we went over the bill itself. Due to the technological concerns introduced by a number of students, can we have that be alleviated as an option as well for students to make their student concern before we proceed to debate the bill?
Alleviate what?
Give the additional option for last minute student concerns before we go over and debate the bill, given the technological difficulties.
Sure, but really the only thing between now and then is me making sure that everyone is here. So there won't be, if that makes sense.
No, yeah.
There's going to be probably about 2 minutes between these student concerns and the bill student concerns. Because I just need to do
Speaker, may I have a second?
Sorry?
If somebody continues to annotate on screen the word past, it's confusing and it's distracting, and whoever is doing that should be kicked out. It's difficult to remove on my end. It just seems to stay there. Somebody is doing it on this call just to mess around. Sorry for the interruption, but it is important.
No, it is important. I wasn't sure who it was. I don't know how to limit annotations.
We'll look into it.
Yep. Sorry, guys. All right. Does that address your point? Vsauce rep.
Annotations have been disabled. It should not be possible.
Okay. We still have an annotation though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Vsauce rep, have I addressed your points?
You have, except the question as to why the rejected is just sitting in the middle of the bill.
We're still working to change those settings. It's very frustrating.
Okay, thanks.
It should be disabled and they should have their names shown, but I don't know what Zoom is doing.
Great.
I'm sorry about the pass, the rejected, and the other interruptions. It's unfortunate.
I'm gonna go ahead and unmute myself.
All right, perfect. All right, the next student concern.
Hello, my name is Tasneem and I'm part of the Smith School. I just wanted to voice my concerns about the system that UMD just passed. Under this system, I believe that many students and faculty are expected to perform at the same level when they realistically would not be able to this semester. I just don't think the university can give students a fraction of the resources promised to them to succeed, a fraction of the quality of education that we paid for, and expect to implement a grading system that doesn't mitigate at all the challenges to a quality education right now. I just don't think the system that the university has announced is equitable or accommodating to the situation students are in. I wanted to urge the SGA to support a AA policy, which does not leave any student behind while also giving students the GPA needed to succeed in the long run, as well as fulfill benefits contingent on GPA. I believe any decision SGA makes right now should be reflective of the full student body, not only those who are privileged enough, but also those who have been incredibly disadvantaged by this, who will struggle the most during the crisis, as well as be penalized the most in the future because of what happened currently. I don't believe those opposing the system are fully cognizant of the stories and situations of students that the system any system besides the AA actively discriminates against. Just because one student doesn't see how it helps them or their peers doesn't mean that it doesn't help students. So I just don't think that the AA is a drastic solution, as the circumstances we're in are insane. And I want to urge you guys to be fully aware of the situations that so many students are in, that so many students voiced yesterday, and I want you guys to hear the voices of students who are not usually heard and who will be affected the most by the situation that we're in. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and thank you, parliamentarian. I think the annotations have been removed. And
yeah, thanks to the pro tem as well, and it should not be possible for any more annotations to be made.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Do you have a student concern?
Yes, I have a student concern. Okay, so I quote, "So my thing is, if I work hard for an A, I want to keep that, and not all grad schools accept pass-fail. So I'm worried that it'll affect that in my GPA, and it'll force students to not work as hard and like mess up on a curve when others work hard to earn grades." That's it.
Thank you. Do you have a student concern?
I do, yes.
All right. And I forgot to mention this earlier, you don't have to share any personal information, just your major or like school you fall into and your living community.
Okay, so I'm off-campus neighboring, and right now I'm in Vsauce. Yeah, I would just say that I'm honestly more than satisfied with the what Maryland has offered us already with the current pass-fail option versus grade option. If you're looking to get a GPA boost and you work hard for it under the system, you can still get the grade. And as I understand it, and I might be misunderstanding it, but you can really choose to go pass-fail as late as you want. And so that's beyond even what I had expected the administration to give. I think y'all know the administration as well as I do. And for the SGA to recommend a system that I personally have a very hard time seeing them accepting, I think it just damages the credibility of the SGA as a body. And as someone who does believe the SGA can do some really amazing work in working with the SGA, I just find it very difficult to believe that this will do anything to help our credibility, and if anything could hurt it in the long run. If I was to run for student council promising everyone gets A's, which is basically what y'all are doing right now, people know that's not realistic. And I think the SGA knows that the university administration would not be on board with this plan. And so I'm just a little confused in general about the advantages of pushing forward a plan that obviously won't go forward. As well, I do have some issues with the plan itself, being that it just devalues grades as a whole. It disincentivizes hard work. If you're working hard to get an A versus if you're not working hard to get if you're not working hard and you would have gotten a B, which is a perfectly reasonable grade, though there should be some sort of significance to some way to signify the fact that you really did put in the effort and have gotten a grade that you deserved. And I think the current method that does that, which is the option to show that you've put in the effort and choose your A or your B or whatever you end up getting under the current grading method, or to choose to get a pass-fail grade if your circumstances dictate that that is not possible under this current situation. I think that's a very fair way of addressing this. Pass-fail doesn't hurt. It doesn't help, but doesn't hurt. And so if people are worried about being disadvantaged, that's not the case. And I think that in terms of grad schools, even if you choose to go the pass-fail route, they're very understanding of the current situation, and you're in it with the rest of us. And so all of these places do allow you to put an additional addendum to your application to explain your circumstances. I think that even in a pass-fail situation, you could explain that, or in a normal grading situation, you could explain that as well. So it seems to me that that's a very fair and reasonable option. And if we have a great option available to us right now, I don't really see any reason to go and ask for a policy that we know can't get pushed forward anyway. That's just my 2 cents.
All right. Well, thank you for your student concern. All right. Then we have the next one. Go ahead.
Hi. So first of all, I just wanted to say that I appreciate that there is a meeting today and that you did come together to talk about this bill. Personally, I think that a AA system is most beneficial, as I said yesterday, simply because with pass-fail, for students that are in adverse situations, as I myself have just returned to, you either, and especially if you're thinking about graduate schools, you have to weigh the decision between choosing to take a pass or fail, or showing a grade that's not as good. And even though employers and graduate schools will understand that these are challenging times and that those grades may not reflect everything, it kind of stigmatizes students where they're stuck between choosing a pass or a bad grade. And the playing field isn't level for everyone just because everyone is in a different situation. And I myself, I'm in a toxic household. It's harder to focus. I have siblings. It just makes school that much more difficult. And with the AA, there is a set standard. And another concern that I had specifically was that with the current university policy, the last day to decide whether or not you want your grade is the last day of the semester rather than after finals. And I feel like pushing that to after finals would be beneficial because students would know their actual grade. But overall, I think advocating for AA is very important, if not essential, because it helps level out the playing field and it makes things equitable for all students. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, do you have a student concern?
Me. Sorry, 1 second. I'm in. All right. Okay. Yes. I had a point of information, which is on the chat was disabled, and I wanted to know how the speaker plans on adequately addressing points of information, clarification, order, what have you, without the chat or, yeah.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, that I wasn't able to check.
Sorry, 1 second. Could you repeat that?
Yep, as I said yesterday, I wasn't able to check the chat often because there's only so many screens I can keep track of at once. And what I said was that I would be looking at Slack. And since the chat was used inappropriately multiple times for debating, and since we're trying to replicate a real meeting through this online environment, we will stick to Slack. And so I'm checking Slack, I get Slack notifications. So we'll use that.
Okay. All right, I'm good for now.
All right. So you don't have a student concern?
I don't have a student concern as of right now.
All right. International rep. I'm hitting unmute, but it might be. Do you have a student concern?
Yeah. This is by Destiny Meng. She's a sophomore, and she sent me that she thinks the AA policy simply does not prepare students for other classes and promotes laziness. Someone can scrape by with a D and get an A-, whereas someone who really worked hard gets an A, as they usually would. That's just not fair. The pass-fail option for students allows students to simply pass their classes without it affecting their GPA or prerequisites without being listed as a fake A. The letter grade option is good for students who know they're gonna do well and want to their GPA. Pass-fail definitely helps those being negatively impacted right now without just giving everybody free A's. And I am quoting right now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do you have a student concern?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It's on behalf of myself. Senior economics BSOS major. So I'm a commuter student, independent student. I commute from Northeast DC into Maryland, and just because of the coronavirus pandemic, I lost my job as a server indefinitely. And DC, which is where I live and I go to University of Maryland, is under a state of emergency, public health emergency. And I think through this conversation that I heard some of it yesterday as well, everyone's kind of trying to ignore the elephant in the room that people are saying that there are students trying to be lazy or they're just trying to get a free A. And it seems kind of difficult for people to understand that there might actually be people that go to Maryland that are going through some really trying times. So like, for example, right now it's the end of the month, my rent is due on the 1st. I have to pick up a job, which would mean I have to go outside when we're supposed to be staying inside. And I have to do this with a full course load of a senior economics major, general business and technology entrepreneurship minors as the president of a club and a business owner. So what else did I want to say? Yeah, I'm advocating for AA, not because I'm a lazy student at all, because I promise you all I'm not, but because I know that I have to go through a lot right now. And I'm not sure if other people in here know, but I also have friends that are in my same exact situation. So yeah, we're in a lot of people, even if you all aren't, are in extremely challenging times right now. And I just ask that as student representatives, possibly taking some bill and things to get passed on behalf of the greater student body, you try and be a little more, you think of the other people and not just yourself. Just because you're not going through something right now doesn't necessarily mean that other people might not be. They might not have the opportunity to express that on their own behalf. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you so much. Do you have a student concern?
Oh, me. So I'm just a little worried that also if it goes to more of a pass-fail, that the professors might get a little lazier. I mean, some of the professors are great, they're awesome, but then some of them, I'm afraid, won't teach to the standard because they figure the students are then going to be lazy. So then the instruction quality would also somewhat possibly go down.
All right, thank you so much.
Go Trump.
Do you have a student concern?
Hi, yes, I do. So I'm a junior mechanical engineering and I live in South Campus Commons. I spoke yesterday and I advocated for the AA system yesterday and I still do now. But however, in the light of the official response from UMD, I want to say that I'm like also welcome to this new policy if some amendments could be made. I said a lot of reasons yesterday why I stood for AA, and in essence of time, I'll just talk more about why I like stand for this new policy as well. I would be more okay with this decision if the drop for W and the opt-in grades deadline date was pushed to after finals. We have other USM schools like UMBC who has pushed their dates set to like June, and I feel as though that having ours set right before finals is a lot of pressure to put on students while going through this pandemic, especially because we don't know. We already heard the projections of how this pandemic is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So I just don't think it's fair to make people decide if they want to opt in grades before they take their finals. If we are given the chance to see a final grade before deciding pass or fail, it could help students greatly, I believe. So like I said again, I'm definitely still for the AA, but I want to speak for what we do have now. And I'm just really hoping that the deadlines for the drop for a W and the deadline to opt in for grades could be changed until after finals and until after final grades have come out. Because I know that even after you take a final, your final grades could take like another, I don't know how long before you see what you actually got. So that was all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. Do you have a student concern?
I have a student concern from a constituent. Is that okay?
Good.
Great. So he's one of my constituents. He wanted to remain anonymous due to his present circumstance. I'm just going to read it out loud right now, if that's okay. So as I am currently back home in the UAE with my immediate return mandated by my national government, where video chat services are mostly blocked by the state and at best spotty when not blocked, where one of my classes will start at 11 p.m., I am put at an extreme disadvantage as my consistent attendance and ability to function well in a class is at risk. Given that timing, governmental blocks or a mixture of both factors have already stopped me from doing simple things such as entering this meeting and signing the petition respectfully. I do not think the school would be actually helping me unless the AA program is introduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a student concern?
Yes, sir, I do. I just wanted to say that as a student, I would like to see the SGA really focus on what I'm a business major and I'm off campus 20740. I think that's outlying. Neighboring. I would like to see the SGA focus on what students want rather than what they see as like feasible by the university administration. I think the public policy rep said it very well last night when she said that it's about we're the voice of students, not like justifying to students why the administration is doing what they did. And that's basically, I'm paraphrasing there. That's basically all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Um, all right, I'm trying to unmute the Vsauce rep. It worked.
Okay, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I said I'm here. Hello. I do have 2 student concerns. And so here's the first one. I'm going to read them both by quote. I want to take a moment to reiterate privilege and circumstance. The current decision by the university does not allow students with extreme hardship to put their primary focus on their studies. Many students express their stories of anxiety, depression, taking care of parents, and such or siblings. I apologize for that note. I should have added a trigger warning to that. So I will be careful when I reiterate what people are saying. But many students express stories of a lot of different hardships. We need to acknowledge how they can achieve things like graduate school without being failed, not feeling like that they have failed due to their circumstance. What UMD is, this is the second person. What UMD is doing is not enough. We are in the midst of a global pandemic, unlike many of you. Unlike many of you, some cannot prioritize school at the moment, and we needed this semester to boost our GPA. We have to remember that not every student is as privileged. The university does not even have enough mobile hotspots available for students and will not have hotspots available until April 24th. It's completely unfair that students are penalized for what is going on. How do you expect them to pass classes under these circumstances? Students should not be allowed to fail under these circumstances or feel scrutinized within that matter.
All right. Thank you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I am a transfer student. I'm a junior public policy and sociology major. And I'm also neighboring outlying. So my student concern was basically that many schools like encourage, I just feel like with the current UMD policy that many schools or advisors or professors are going to actually encourage students to opt in for grades instead of doing pass fail. And I think this is due to like the lack of standardization that puts students in a position where they may feel pressured into opting out of pass fail for whatever reason. And I think this could be due to a variety of factors, such as like being a student in STEM, where it may matter more what your grades are, or as other people were saying about medical school, where there isn't necessarily consensus through medical schools in terms of like what they will accept. And although I truly want to believe that there will be other grad schools and employers and everyone are going to be accepting of pass fail due to this virus, but also I want to remind everyone that we were unsure that UMD would even propose this policy, and I think that that's very telling of if the students within certain institutions are even unsure. And I know other students who were really surprised that this was even passed. And so it's like, if we can't really expect other institutions to be accommodating if we weren't even sure if our institution was going to be accommodating. And I'd also like to point out that a lot of employers and a lot of workers within, like globally, have been fighting with their employers for different rights, which would have been, once again, assumed to like that they would have because of the virus, but they didn't. I also want to say that the issue of working hard and not working hard enough is something that exists within the current standard as well that UMD has placed. And I don't think that's, quite frankly, a good argument either, because the rhetoric of students not working hard enough or being free riders is something that falls in a lot of prejudice and honestly towards like racial lines, and it aligns with a lot of socioeconomic disadvantages that students may face. For example, like academic probation. I have a friend who's on academic probation now. She was taking this semester to raise up her GPA, but I know through her circumstances that she's going to have to take pass fail because of what's happening. And she's going to remain in that position because she has to take pass fail and because she doesn't have the option to really get a better grade. And I don't think that students are lazy. I think they may not have resources. They might be sick. They might be unable to pay rent. And as a first generation college student, as a federal work study student, as a student who's taking 6 undergraduate classes, 1 graduate class, I am someone who works hard, but I do not think that I will have the resources to be able to do well, even though I will be working towards getting that A, towards getting a grade. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm going to have to take a pass fail for 7 courses. And that's quite frankly, a waste of my own time and a waste of my money. And I think that with a double A policy, I won't be punished for making decisions that I made before I even knew this pandemic existed. And in terms of feasibility, I would just like to echo quite quickly that we can't tell what's feasible until we try. Like the whole entire world, honestly, has done a lot of things that we did not think were feasible. But now things are they're happening. And I wanted to say that we need to push this because we need to push administration to hear us because feasibility comes with change.
Thank you. Do you have a student concern? Hello? All right. Do you have a student concern?
Yeah. Can I say a student concern and then my own student concern?
Well, I'll try to do what I did yesterday with the BSOS rep, where the legislators' student concerns will be right before the bill when we get to second reading calendar, if that's okay.
Okay, sounds good. So this is from a business student who lives on, she said, on North Hill, and she's in Smith. She said, basically, I do think a double A policy is the best way, and I know it seems really drastic, but the university has to choose between harming students who don't deserve it and helping students who don't deserve it. I understand that people might think it might cheapen the worth of their grades, but this period is going to be different for everyone, and the GPAs will balance themselves out. Students who have high GPAs who are going through particularly difficult times at home will be hurt a lot more than having to take a P than students who don't earn high grades usually get A's and A minuses a semester. And then she said, one last thing to add, a optional pass-fail system creates stigma against opting for the pass, and the mandatory pass-fail system harms students who need the letter grades for reasons outside of our university's control, such as outside scholarships and or graduate school applications. A double A system creates a universally balanced grading scale that doesn't punish students for their decisions they made before COVID-19 and changed their circumstances. And she also said there's also someone in the meeting that said that everyone is struggling right now, which I don't disagree with, but there is no way that you can argue that everyone's struggle is equal. There are students who are trying to support their families financially while also balancing their academics. COVID-19 has cut the income of so many families while left others minimally affected. It's not fair to harm those who worked hard to have a 4.0 GPA, but it's also not fair to take that away from someone who would earn it at the school and for reasons shouldn't be focusing on more schoolwork than on the well-being of their families. And that was from a business student who's a freshman who lives in North Hill.
Go ahead. Do you have a student concern?
Yeah, I have a student concern also. I'm just reading off my phone. So this is a health sciences 4th year student who will be returning next year. I want to support a double A policy. I don't think all students are going to be less hardworking or less motivated to do their best. I am as hardworking as all the students who have voiced their concerns about working hard. The C I might get this semester because of the situation I am in does not mean I am not as hardworking or intelligent as a student whose routine and resources aren't disrupted, who ends up with an A. It is not fair for students to actively want me to get a C because they do not want me to have an A like them, because I do not have the privilege to prioritize my academics like they do. I also don't want to have to do badly in a class because I couldn't focus in a class and my anxiety has risen because of this unprecedented situation, only makes it more difficult. A lot of circumstances are setting me up to fail this semester, and I will have to continuously make up for it in the future, while for other students, this will be only a small ripple in their future plans. I do not want to be put at a comparative disadvantage to other students. And that's public health 4th year.
Mhm. Thank you. Do you have a student concern?
I do, yes. So I'm gonna go ahead and read now. Hi, I'm an off-campus senior in BSauce. My concern is the statement that this mentality that the AA policy is just a handout that takes away the integrity of UMD's grading. Well, so does the drastic curves that professors have given out where majority students have failed. In addition, with the pass-fail, you will be considered passing with a D-, which only requires minimal effort or really no effort at all. Your hard work and A is not compliment on another student. Excuse me if the wording sounds interesting. I'm just reading off by quote. I honestly don't understand why people are concerned with the achievement of other students when it's your grade, your own personal grade that you should be concerned about. Furthermore, who are we to judge which students are hardworking or not? I don't know if anyone read the pass-fail policy, but you only have a few options or you are struggling, and that is to fail or withdraw with COVID on your transcript. And for the students that do pick F, this will hinder their GPA. Also, from the rep that spoke yesterday about being, excuse me as I switch pages. Everyone bear with me. Also from the rep that spoke yesterday about being pre-med and grad schools would be understanding, the UMD medical department still stated that they would rather see students opt to show their grades. We have students without power because their families were laid off. We have students that are sick, and students are on a SAP basis. Okay. We have students that are on academic probation and requires a GPA boost to progress with their academic benchmarks. Stop wasting the time and money of our undergraduates and graduates by taking a pass-fail course that they may now have to take again in the future for a letter grade. And even though someone can still opt to show a letter grade, every student does not perform the same, especially when it comes to students that face disabilities, lack of access to a sufficient environment, or tools that are required. Let's not also forget the international students that have to wake up at, give me as I turn pages, students that have to wake up at 4:30 just to attend a lecture and take an exam. By constantly bringing up the free rider problem, we are counting our students that have worked hard throughout their entire year or even getting themselves together now because we believe everyone will just grade grub. Honestly, I don't understand why this concerns anyone when we allow some students to cheat in class. Some people cheated their way into college. Sorry, I just missed it. I just paused it. Okay. If you are so concerned about another student's opinion of free ride, then ask your professors to set up a pre-recorded lectures that everyone can get a chance to attend or something. But please end this mentality that majority of the UMD body will free ride off this policy when we are in an era where we must prioritize our health and families. That's it.
All right, thank you. Do you have a student concern?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I'm a senior in the BSauce school. I'm a commuter student, so yeah, I've been commuting for a while now, so I'm already familiar with what it's like to work from home and the disadvantages that or like the responsibilities that I've had to put onto and how difficult it's made for me to, make sure I have success in my academic career. I also just want to say this. I wrote it down, so give me a second. Those saying that a AA policy is a reason to slack off the semester is not being mindful that this is not simply a switch to online classes. There is currently a pandemic going on, causing drastic changes to people's lives. It may not be the same for everyone, but there are definitely those that will be severely disadvantaged. Yes, being off campus means that all students will not be provided the same resources, such as office hours, However, what is not the same are the resources that are now available to students, given the different environments they have now been forced into. Keeping up with academics could be nearly impossible for students that are international in a different time zone, for students suffering from physical and mental illnesses, for students with family members that are suffering from that, and from students with family members that are also suffering from this. For those that need to take on responsibilities. I'm concerned that this pass-fail policy does not consider all students, especially those that do not come from typical backgrounds that are safe and productive. During this current global crisis, it is very likely that students are at risk to fail. I believe being empathetic to this is way more important than the concept that this will devalue grades as a whole. Everyone knows what we are going through right now. This is a pandemic that no one has been through, making for challenging times. With this in mind, it should not be concerned that grades will be devalued because it has already been taken into account. I also believe this should be more valued over the argument that those that are unable to put in the work should not get an A grade because those that were able to would get the same one. This is a concern because those calling for a pass-fail system for this reason are valuing the need to be praised and applauded by putting other people down. In addition, the student should be left to their own discretion to decide whether they are prepared for the next class or not anyone else's. If the student decides not to learn and advances to the next class, they are bound to flunk out of it anyway because they do not have the prerequisite knowledge. In conclusion, the AA policy accounts for every student, including the disadvantaged ones. The only difference between the AA policy and the pass-fail then comes down to supporting a policy, wanting the best for all students, regardless of what privileges they do or do not have, or supporting a policy that boosts the student's ego by putting down others. That's it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Do you have a student concern?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a student concern from one of the students from my constituents, and he lives in, or they live in Dorchester Hall. I don't exactly know where it is on campus, but quote unquote of what they say is that, hey, I really like the idea of the AA policy just because it reduces a lot of stress. For me, education and schooling is for getting myself and learning the skills I need to be professional. With the policy, with the AA policy, I can stop stressing about how online learning will affect my grades and just focus on learning to the best of my ability. So I only have one student concern.
Well, thank you so much. Do you have a student concern? All right, this is the second time this has happened with this individual, so I'm not sure. All right, are there any other student concerns? All right, there were some filled out as yesterday. I'm gonna send it in the Ledge channel because they all asked them to be shared with the entire legislature. So I sent that in the Ledge channel and you guys can check that out. All right, we'll move into roll call and we'll do it the same way we did it yesterday, where everyone is unmuted and then, you know, go through the list the faster we can and just say here. All right, so let me unmute everyone. All right, we'll move into roll call. And we'll do it the same way we did it yesterday, where everyone is unmuted. And has the live stream on right now. If you go through the list, the faster we can just say here.
That's fucking rat. I don't know, feeling
Right, so I guess we're gonna have to go through it through hand raises. Because unfortunately, I guess it's not possible today. Do you have a question, North Hill Rep?
Oh dear. Sorry about that. I was going to request if we could remove everyone who isn't a member of SGA from this call, since we will not be doing any more student concerns, just to prevent any kind of spam or anything like that, and since the live stream is still up.
Let me get to the student concerns or the hand raises, because now I'm confused what those are about. There's a good amount of them now.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Do you have
So it's not that hard because there's YouTube videos talking about each one.
Do you have a
And
student concern?
we're not like calculating nothing by hand, but I mean that's not hard either because we learned all of that through B-Stat.
Yeah, we didn't calculate anything by hand either. Well, we had to calculate.
All right, I'm not sure what. All right. Do you have a what is your hand
It's a
raised?
point of personal privilege about the North Hill reps proposal. If y'all take everyone off the call that isn't a legislator, people will lose the ability to make points of personal privilege, which is something to consider. That's it. Like if you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just thought that was.
Basically, it's like if you do that and say someone like, and obviously this is probably not going to happen, but it still might. Someone says something about like a certain constituency or like a certain group of people that might not be represented in the SGA. Someone watching would be able to raise a point of personal privilege addressing that issue. But they can't do that if the live stream is like if they're just on the live stream.
All right, thank you. Do you have what is your question?
Yes, hi, I'm here to voice a comment. My name is Bryce Badger. I serve as student body vice president of Georgetown University, where
So
we're also advocating.
unfortunately, we can only do student concerns from UMD members. I'm sorry. Do you have a question or student concern?
I have like a statement on that, on the idea to kick everyone off who isn't. Can I respond?
Yeah, sure.
I think that in the effort of transparency, if we have in the same way that in theory students could come in and listen to our meetings during the school year, students should be allowed to listen to this call and should be allowed to give input if necessary. And this is in an effort of transparency to allow students the utmost transparency.
Okay, thank you. Comment?
It's 2 points of clarification. The first is I was suggesting that only SGA members remain on the call, and I was also saying that we keep the live stream open. I'm not advocating to close the call. The points of personal privilege can only be given by members of SGA, so I think that addresses the concern of the VP of Finance and the transparency concern of I do not remember what representative. Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, Leonard Town.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually just totally forgot. Never mind. I will lower my hand and come back when it comes back to me.
Education rep.
Hi. So I received another student concern.
Okay, please go ahead.
I don't know what order it is in though, so I'm just going to try to read it to the best of my ability. I'm a civil and environmental engineering student and advocating for a AA policy. As a LAP transfer student, I understand how difficult it is for students to get into James Clark School. Some people have been depending on the GPA boost for this semester to get into the school, and despite their hard work of the last semester, they would not be able to get into the school because they technically did not pass the class with required letter grade. Also, many of my professors haven't even updated the syllabus or emailed us how they're going to administer exams or what they're looking for this semester. I do not blame them because this is as much stressful as it is for them as it is for us. Many of my classes are, if not impossible, but very difficult to be taught on Zoom. Like, I don't know what these classes are. CAD, CAD, and DIFFEQ. DIFFEQ, and there are 300 plus students in that class. It was impossible to address everyone's concern in face-to-face class. How do we expect that students are able to learn in this environment? Also, I think pass-fail is not very different than AA because people are going to because people are going to adopt pass fail and move to the higher level classes. Also, kindly stop thinking that only students who do not want to put any effort are promoting for AA policy. I'm in the top third of my class, and this pandemic has messed up my mind. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate where I am on the page. Do not forget about our fellows who are not fully able to focus on studies under such circumstances. Fellows who have special needs that are being provided to them at UMD and unfortunately will not be able to fully avail them.
All right, thank you. Hello?
Hi. So I just had a quick point of personal privilege. I wanted to see if the person that was from Georgetown University could be able to speak, just simply because of the fact that they have already endeavored and experience in going into this matter. And I feel like that is pretty critical with a lot of the set questions, comments, concerns that potentially legislators and even other students that might need to be cognizant or aware about. So I think that having this person be able to speak would be pretty critical and aligned towards the decision making that we will have forward within this bill. I mean, if you all read and looked through the bill, you would see that one of the universities that was wanting to either conjure within thinking about this motion or any other motion besides the system that's currently in front of us right now, then you can see the relevance within this person being able to speak in behalf of that university.
All right, thank you. North Hill?
I believe, oh no. So sorry. I'm in the same room as Alyssa right now. That's what's been going on. I was wondering if we could use the student concerns, since in the bylaws it says we can also use guest speakers as a general announcement. I just wanted to.
Yep, yes, that is where my head's at right now as well, but I want to go through all the hand raises. What's up?
No, so the person from Georgetown has already left the call, so I think the discussion is irrelevant now.
Oh, okay. Thank you for pointing that out. All right. Do you have a student concern?
Hi, the person from Georgetown is can come back to speak if that's okay. But they need time, like 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah. Parliamentarian, what do you think on the student concern side of it? Because I know historically speaking,
it would be a significant change of policy to allow a non-Maryland student to be speaking in student concerns that are meant for students at the university.
And then parliamentarian's opinion regarding keeping it only legislators on the call.
I'm ambivalent on that. I'm leaning towards allowing them to stick around just because we've removed the chat, we've removed the annotation features. I don't really see how there's going to be the potential for more, untoward behavior. It's up to you, but I don't really think there's going to be many services.
All right, there's some points of personal privileges. What's up?
Yeah, so I kind of want to reiterate my point of personal privilege again. Like, I want to just consider the fact that we are only going over one singular bill tonight. And it is a critical bill that will happen to have a surmassed impact on students that are like within effect to not only have a means of impacting the university, but outside universities as well. I know that that is something that's not within our purview completely within looking at the impact of how these different policies impact other universities, but considering that there is a person that has like gone through with an experience themselves that we have just started experiencing in conjuring within the past like 4 days. I think that it is crucial and important that we proceed to have this be a space for all students within this singular purpose, given that we are literally in a global pandemic.
Yeah, the reason it's there though is because we're a space for Maryland undergraduate students. There's another point of personal privilege. What's up?
Yeah. Stop. Sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I also if Alyssa's is going to be ignored, then I want to say, then I will echo what she said, because I think it would be naive of us just to say that just because we're University of Maryland students, we're all going through this as colleges. And like she said, if they've gone through it, we should be looking at them. We've mentioned Harvard, MIT, all these other colleges. If this student can help us, and even though if they aren't a UMD student, it is in line with what we are physically doing. So I think it's relevant that we should hear them out. Thank you.
All right. And I don't know why it was ignored. They didn't ignore anyone. I'm just trying to process. There's another one. What's up?
Oh yeah, just a point of information. Has Georgetown adopted this? I'm looking for, I guess, more background on.
I'll direct that to the bill's
perspective.
Oh, hi. So I want to indicate that Georgetown is under the process of within like student advocates that are going in behalf of it in regards of actual update itself, whether it's been implemented or not. That is still up in the air just as much as we are. I know that it has been implemented that at Georgetown that they have undergone an opt-in pass-fail, but there are students still speaking in behalf of wanting to advocate for other policies as well. So they are just as much in the same situation as us than any other.
All right, thank you. Off-campus neighboring, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Undergraduate studies rep.
Yeah, hi, point of information. I just was wondering not to spend so much time us discussing a student who isn't a student at our university, but more so I just wanted to know, because I know that changes a lot of bylaws, and I agree, I'm in support that I think we should listen to them, but I also want to be considerate of the laws that are put in place. So I wanted to see if either you or our parliamentarian, could like explain quickly, because I know we don't have so much time. Just kind of like what would be an issue someone spoke on it, just because it's just more so just a discussion based opinion. That's all.
I'll direct that to the parliamentarian.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm moving to the relevant section on student concerns, which in subsection B, standing rules of order, section 1, daily business. For reference, this is on page, I apologize, number 3. This time is reserved for student concerns, opinions, and feedbacks. This time shall also be the time during which the legislature will hear from guest speakers. Members of the Student Government Association shall not be permitted to speak during this time. It is traditionally the purview of this organization to allow student concerns that are at the University of Maryland to be speaking during this time, seeing as we do represent the University of Maryland and the students therein under the population. That said, it could be possible for a motion to suspend the rules to open this up a little greater. I mean, the student is not a guest speaker. They are not a student at the University of Maryland. So to have them speak during this time, you would have had to either schedule it far ahead of time as a guest speaker or enroll them at the University of Maryland. So that's unfortunately the way that we're operating.
All right, thank you. So I see the motion in the Ledge channel, but there were other points beforehand, which I'm going to respect. Business rep?
Hi. I wanted to go and support what Alyssa, the BSOS representative, and Josie, I wanted to echo what they said. in terms of allowing the Georgetown students to speak because they have personal experience with this issue. And I'd also like to point out the fact of when we are reading like student concerns, we have no way of validating that this is an actual UMD student. We are told that it is, but for the rest of the legislature, all we have to do is take the word of the representative. So in all honesty, it could be anyone. And that's very true. And with that, goodbye.
All right, thank you. Other business rep.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, hi. Okay. Yeah, same here. Point of personal privilege. I just think we are again in a unique situation, and right now, like we don't really have as a body and a university a really good idea of like how we should go about this. And I think hearing it from Georgetown University would be very, very helpful. In addition, they are close by, so it's not anything outside the DMV area. And I'm sure that, their university also is adhering by what's going on in DC. As we heard from Saba, one of the, I think, student speakers that was just here recently, she lives in DC, right? Works in DC. So there are students and constituents who are in DC who, are within that local area and will be affected similarly within Georgetown's, decisions. So I do think that we should, again, not saying like go outside the rules, but just maybe like based on that situation that we are right now, I think we should definitely hear out that other person. So thank you.
Thank you. North Hill.
Hello. I motion to suspend the rules to add the person whose name I do not know from Georgetown University as a guest speaker at the conclusion of student concerns.
All right. All right. So suspension of the rules requires a 2/3 majority to pass. I think we should just do a vote to make it more fair. It requires a 2/3 majority to pass, and it is a procedural motion. So therefore, there is no debate. Before we get that, I think there's one more hand raised.
I have a point of clarification.
Mm-hmm.
If the student government at Georgetown still hasn't passed a resolution on the same issue, they're at the same point we are, in which case they don't really have more experience than we do debating this as they are currently right now. If that's, somebody correct me if that's incorrect, but that's my understanding based on what other people have said.
I think that was a point of information, and I'll direct that to the bill sponsor.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that a point of information? Was that? What do you like? What is the
The question was the current state of the Georgetown SGA with regard to the AA policy. I believe the question posed by the freshman connection representative was whether or not they had passed a bill yet.
That's not within my knowledge. But I like point of personal privilege. I want to see the full on relevance within that of having a I'm personally just not really understanding the relevance within that. So if the freshman connection rep could further in on that detail, then I feel like I could be able to answer it better.
Okay, so my comment was that as far as we know, Georgetown still hasn't passed a resolution in support of the AA policy. Considering this, we're at the same place they are, and it's just one more perspective, but it doesn't significantly add to our current body of knowledge of the AA policy.
Okay. So I just want to account that we shouldn't not acknowledge the student that first of all is taking the courage within being able to speak at a different institution in behalf of something that they are truly passionate about. So I don't want to devalue any of their experience or knowledge in behalf of the matter. So I kind of just want to add that as my point of personal privilege. I don't know if that was what you were going for, but
No, my point was not attacking them
I
for
understand.
stepping out and speaking up at our university.
All right.
The point was
Right.
whether it would actually add significant.
All right. Thank you. I think there's another point.
Yeah, my point of information was whether or not I think I'm kind of going off of what the Freshman Connection representative said, but it's to the off-campus or to the BSOS representative. Is the goal of bringing in this student to have them provide expertise? Because if there hasn't been a passage of a bill at Georgetown, then there is no expertise. So what is the point? Is it that they just give their input?
I'll do it. Yep. Vsauce.
So within reason of allowing the individual to speak, is that the question?
What is the reason behind allowing the student to speak if nothing has been passed at Georgetown?
Well, in ongoing, there are student advocates that were speaking in behalf at Georgetown University for various policies that are relevant towards what we are kind of conjuring right now. So I know that as a sphere of what the university is looking like right now, we are in a very similar situation as to wanting to compensate what this policy will end up looking like for us all together. So if you guys are asking whether or not that this person is still of relevance, it is true. I want to be able to push this over to the off-campus oh my God, I forgot what outline representative to clarify a little bit more on that.
Was the question answered?
No, the question was whether or not this person is, you said they are of relevance, but you didn't explain why they're of relevance. Are they of relevance because they're in a similar situation, or are they of relevance because they're an expert in the matter? Both have been stated in the past 10 minutes. So I'm wondering which one it is.
Okay, so I would like to acknowledge a point of personal privilege, so please watch your tone when you're talking to me. But I will answer the question within respect that the person is relevant based on the certain circumstance that we are all accompanying as of right now. So I will repeat that, that we are in similar situation as Georgetown on the basis of having these different types of grading models be evaluated. And so we should take that into consideration as we are all trying to figure out what we should figure out is the best option. And that's literally why we're sitting here today. So if this person, given that they have expertise enough within just being able to attend the university and be able to acknowledge all of the different circumstances that are going on, they could be able to be a good outside point of view and be able to answer this either in a light to where it is non-biased enough to accommodate more of what the university is doing in itself, or even in their own point of view that will be able to acknowledge still of relevance of how we should be able to proceed within this bill. So either way, regardless of what lens you guys want to be able to analyze this person's validity, it is relevant. And again, I wanted to direct this over to the off-campus outline representative to fully answer.
Right. So there's a couple new hand raises, which I'll get to. I would remind people that this was a procedural motion, so there shouldn't be debate. It just should be factual. So I'm going to North Hill.
Yourself. Great. Hi. I had a point of clarification, which was that I believe that the relevance that the speaker brings is not in their expertise of passing the bill, but in the different circumstances of how they're dealing with their administration. But I also think that we cannot fully know what information that they're bringing forward until that they speak. And I also don't think it's going to take up a large amount of our time, but I don't want to.
Again, I'm going to remind people not to use debate. International rep.
Yeah, it's a point of information. Can someone just motion to vote right now?
So we are in a motion, but I will respect points. So there was a motion to suspend the rules, which is a procedural one, but there are points of information and clarification, which I think are important, and that's what we're getting through now. I think the off-campus outline is going to be the last one. Okay?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so the BSOS rep was trying to yield over to me. So I actually have a friend at Georgetown who has been involved in this.
There's no
And
debate. I'm sorry. Is this?
I'm not debating. I'm just clarifying the reason why the BSOS rep did not have the most updated information, because I was responsible for communicating with Georgetown in terms of the task force, in part along with other students. So they actually did pass a resolution at Georgetown. That was my point of clarification. For my point of personal privilege, I would like to address the freshman connection. I'm pretty sure that rep's point that if we're in the same place as Georgetown, like why would we need their input? But we actually don't know if we are in the same place because we have not allowed this person to speak. And this person is on the executive branch of the Georgetown student government, so they can offer us some insights into what those conversations about AA look like at the administrative level that are not being discussed as much as at our university. So
Thank you. All right, so seeing that I've gotten through all the hands, it's a procedural motion. We'll move into a vote. Out of respect for time, I am gonna push the vote now. I'm sorry, I know that I saw another point of personal privilege. So yes, no's, there's no abstaining on the procedural of suspending the rules. So please vote. And you can only vote if you're a rep. Please vote. So we're waiting for first year representative, agriculture. I don't even know what the vote should be since we haven't had roll call.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So we're going to need to roll call right after this.
Yeah. We'll put them as quote unquote speakers then. If this passes.
We're having a vote, we need to.
Just making sure that only reps are voting. So there's one person who's not a rep who's voting. All right, so with a vote of 20 to 16, it will pass. So we'll do roll call next, and then have them speak during speakers time. Okay. So we'll move into roll call now. So I'll clear everything. What's the point?
Oh, the motion, God dang it. The motion was just so that they could come at the end of student concerns. I'm fairly sure we're done with student concerns, but I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, so sure, if they're here now, I know there was the concern about them not being here yet. If they, yes, they look like they're here. Oh wait, sorry, it was a motion to suspend the rules. Thank you for that point of order through Slack. It was a motion to suspend the rules, which is requiring a 2/3 vote. It was 20 to 16. So 20 divided by 36 does not meet the 66 threshold. So unfortunately, they will not be able to speak. Sorry, yes, it's the 2/3 for procedural suspensions of the rules. All right. Is there a hand from off-campus outlying?
So I just wanted to make it, what's it called? So are we still doing student concerns right now?
we're moving out of student concerns slowly. I'm trying to get out of student concerns into roll call.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So now we'll do roll call. The way we'll do roll call is I'm gonna go through and tally, or I'll try to unmute all, and if that doesn't work, then I'll have to go through and tally. There's been a point of personal privilege from BSauce. Can you raise your hand so I can call on you? Do you have a point of personal privilege?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to kind of cite that I believe that it is disrespectful to already have it be acknowledged that the person from Georgetown would be permitted to have the opportunity to speak. Plus, it gave like of a notion that this person, like again, as I enunciated earlier, like had the courage to be able to talk to us as being of a member within SGA at Georgetown, and like being able to cite more information about what Georgetown is passing through. I just think that we should be able to give the opportunity for that person for Georgetown to be able to speak after it was already rendered within Notion that we were going to allow them to speak, and then all of a sudden just take that opportunity away from them.
So I do apologize sincerely about my forgetting that it is a 2/3 vote. But unfortunately, those are the rules of order, and I will stick to those. And I apologize for that miscommunication.
I appreciate your apology.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
All right, so now we'll move into roll call. I'm going to unmute everyone and try to get. All right, so I'm going to unmute everyone. All right, guys, try to get through it. Please. Agriculture, Adam Scheckman.
Here.
Wong.
Here.
Still in here?
Does Alyssa want the AA?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can non-SGA?
Oh, that didn't work again. So I guess we're gonna have to do. Yeah, so let's raise our hands in the chat and for roll call, and I'm gonna do my best to get through it and tally. Parliamentarian, if you're willing to help out as well, just to make sure. So, all right. Actually, Parliamentarian, could you read off the people who are here, and I'm gonna check them off in the Excel file.
Oh, good Lord. Yes. Hold on, I'm pulling up a view. Okay. Off-campus outlying, Sasha.
Okay.
Jared, public health.
Okay.
Tori, BSauce.
1 sec. All right.
Duong, architecture.
All right.
North Hill, Quinton.
Okay.
Hunter, business.
All right.
Kark, off-campus, out neighboring.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And if everybody could please keep changing their names to their actual title, that will help me a lot. South Hill, Ferreira.
Okay.
Leonardtown, Sherman.
Okay.
Oil, Freshman Connection.
Okay.
Speaker Pro Tempore.
Okay.
Commons.
Okay.
CMNS, Desai.
1 sec. Sorry, 1 sec. Okay.
Education, Re.
Okay.
Off-campus outlying, Masood.
Okay.
Outlying, Melanchuk.
Okay.
First year, Alderman.
Okay.
International, Misra.
Okay.
Transfer, Philemon.
Got it.
Undergrad Studies, Liam.
Okay.
Ellicott, Stewart.
Got it.
Arhue, Sarah.
Got it.
Okay, let's see. Off campus, Pontius.
Yep.
Engineering, Hawkins.
Engineering, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Denton, Josie.
Okay.
CMNS, Shoham.
Okay.
Oh God, everybody just switched around, and I'll still try. All right, Greek Residential.
Okay.
Vsauce, Conway.
Okay.
Cambridge.
Okay.
Journalism.
Okay.
Business, Jamie.
Okay.
Policy, Uria.
Okay.
Agriculture.
Okay.
Con, off campus.
Okay.
And Jordan, undergrad studies.
Okay.
And I think that's everybody.
Vsauce, Sarah, and then I'm missing Gabby, South Campus Commons.
Commons is here.
Okay, and Vsauce, Sarah?
I don't know, honestly, because so many people are playing.
Vsauce, Sarah, could you raise your hand?
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. So then with that, I'll call the the 22nd meeting of the 2019-2020 legislative session to order. The time is 7:32. All right. So oh, I'm seeing legislature that she's here.
Okay, cool.
And Eastern time. So I'll so thank you. All right. So there is. All right, just for my numbers. Makes sense. All right, thank you. All right, so there is nothing on, so moving down the agenda, call to order, there's no minutes, there's no speakers time, there's no finance, there's no first reading. So we'll move into second reading calendar. And we have S200326A, a resolution urging the University of Maryland administration to reconsider the opt-out pass-fail system and support other emergency grading accommodations in response to the coronavirus outbreak for the spring 2020 semester, sponsored by the Vsauce representative. Are there any student concerns on this bill? Please raise your hand if there are any other student concerns. Yes.
I'm gonna say student concerns from two people, if that's okay. That were brought up to me. So the first student concern I'll read out loud right now. If you give me a couple seconds. All right, ready? Okay, first student concern. I am an off-campus outlying Vsauce student. I support a AA policy instead of the administration's current grading, afflicted by clinical depression and an anxiety disorder. There have been semesters where on paper I am an outstanding student, and semesters where, again on paper, I am a failing student who does not put in effort. In both cases, I struggle with my mental illness, but the difference has often been due to personal or professional problems that have compounded to exacerbate my academic performance. In both circumstances, I worked hard, but the only difference was in circumstances beyond my control. I can only imagine the struggles of students where beyond their control is their daily lives struggling with the traumas of poverty, racism, grief, and abuse. Removing the possibility of failure will be one less burden on their lives, as well as the lives of any other student who would benefit from a AA policy. That is the first student concern. I will now move on to the second student concern. It is from a philosophy major. It seems that no one is currently considering a system of opt-out PF where a student has the choice to accept prior to quarantine grades. I feel that this idea resolves the issues of both pass, fail, and AA. It maintains academic validity among institutions while simultaneously accommodating for any lost accommodations for disadvantaged students. That was the second student concern. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right. Sorry. North Hill Rep.
Yes, I have a personal student concern. I have, in addition to obviously supporting AA policy, I have a personal concern about the pass-fail policy that was adopted by the university and distributed to us earlier today. And that is that I've never taken a pass-fail class before, and I did not realize this, and I never learned in our debate last night, that if you fail a class under pass-fail, and the email reinforces this, that it counts against your GPA. I think that I understand under normal circumstances why that is the case, but I think that it's not right that that is the case for us during this emergency time. I personally think that this is going to severely disadvantage students who are just unable to really complete their coursework for those that have tremendous circumstances. And I think that this system is going to benefit students who have privilege more and are able to complete their classes, even regardless of their choice for pass or fail, between opting in or opting out. But I think that it's going to disadvantage students who are in trying circumstances. And I think that regardless of what system we advocate for tonight, I think that we need to address that point and address the fact that students should be receiving I's or CV or something like that. And the university has not distributed that kind of thing to us yet. So that's my student concern.
All right, thank you. The BSOC rep.
Oh, hi. I wanted to advise a student concern, but I want to go last if I may.
Okay. Off-campus neighboring.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on behalf of myself.
Okay.
I first want to apologize for anyone who may have been offended by my tone. This is kind of the way I speak, so it was not intended to be an offensive thing, but this is when I get passionate about an issue, this is how I speak. So I'm very sorry if my tone came off as anything short of care and love and appreciation for all of your guys' personal opinions. I've heard from many of my constituents, as well as I genuinely feel that it is somewhat dishonest to the university and to our constituents to act as if this is a viable option. I know we've spoken about that, but after speaking with the president and hearing from the president last night, it doesn't seem like this is a viable option, and the university going back on their word of their officially recognized policy doesn't seem so viable. And I don't personally think it's fair to our constituents to act as if this is a viable option. And after hearing many student concerns, it seems that many students do believe that this is a viable option, yet coming from the administrative end, it doesn't seem that that's a viable option. And I think that that gives a lot of mixed messaging to the students.
The international rep want to speak now. Student concern.
What?
International rep, you have a student concern.
Okay. Hi, so this is a personal student concern. It is regarding the AA policy. So I've been going back and forth about my views, and then I've spoken to a lot of international students. Just to highlight some of the struggles we're going through is not a lot of us have a constant internet. I have requested the university for the free hotspot, but that's only inside inside the United States of America. So they cannot provide me with that. So I have to spend it out of my pocket to buy it, but currently India is in lockdown, so I cannot even find that. Secondly, I do wake up at 2 a.m., 4 a.m. to have my classes. So regarding the AA policy, I've thought about it a lot, it affecting my prereqs and my future internships. But currently, it is about benefiting the students a little bit, even if it means, first of all, nobody is just assuming that some people are going to just slack off and get an A is just very negative of us. And as we are just representatives of the students, and as we have seen, most of the students do support AA policy, we need to support it. And even if the university does not accept it, it's our job to urge them to accept it because that's what the students want. Now, I'm not saying that there are people who are not going to work out, but even because of their mental and physical and family issues imposed by COVID-19 quarantine situation, if they cannot, I think it's the university's job to give them that much push. And it's just a semester. Like it's gonna affect one semester's grade, and if they get an A because of one semester, that's not gonna. They still have the whole year, and if they're lazy, quote unquote, as so many people say, they're not gonna do well in the other semester. So I don't know why a lot of us are thinking about that over prioritizing the mental and physical health of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. So the BSOS rep, and then I know the Leonardtown rep as well. This is just your student concern. It shouldn't be debate, just as a reminder.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm here. Sorry you couldn't find me earlier.
No worries.
I am in a similar situation to the international rep in terms of like obviously being uncertain of where I lean towards the bill. Personally, like I know we're all supposed to take inventory of our own concerns and also those of our constituents. I have personal concerns about both policies and worries about how it affects our accreditation, worries about how it affects our internships, and I just am concerned about weighing the current situation of all of us and the future regarding jobs and internships and things like that. So I just want to remind everybody to think about both present and future going forward. Thanks. That's all.
All right. Thank you. All right. No, sorry. It's this number. Leonardtown rep, I believe. Leonardtown rep. All right. So then freshman connection rep.
I just want to say that there's no perfect solution. Every system that we propose at the university says everything has pros and cons. I just want to say that it's just really nuanced, and yeah, that's all.
Thank you. And again, tried to make it, this is where we make the distinction between you as a student and you as a representative. All right, so next is going to be education rep.
Is it unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, just as yesterday, I'm not sharing what I voted for because if I get my point clearly across and you're listening, then you should know where I stand. Sorry. We're in a time of global pandemic, and it's so difficult to organize our priorities because we live in a different time where school is heavily prioritized to dictate our future, and we need to break from our narrow perspective. It's difficult for us to vote on a bill like this because we're too privileged to see every perspective and try to weigh all the pros and cons when we're only focusing on what we want to see. It would be really amazing if we could step back unbiased and see the greater aspect, but no one can do that because we're all entitled to our own opinions. And because of the fact that we're already in college, most or all of us probably stand financially stronger than the rest of the world, and we're entitled to our education. If we're worried about academic competition in a time like this, then we're not an ally of humanity. I don't blame us. America is an individualistic society, which means every man is for himself. We're all kind of inclined to take advantage of situations for our own good and become inconsiderate to those who are struggling. Likewise, student concerns, or an example of a difficult situation, is like a college student who has no parents, supports many younger siblings, has an old grandmother that they all support, And while they could be like the breadwinner of the family who recently got fired from their job working at a restaurant because of quarantine. And these are people we could be representing. So we can't be thinking about ourselves. In contrast to our individualistic society, other countries, for example, South Korea, are collectivist societies, which means we're all in this together. Before winter break even ended, their government closed down all schools because they considered everyone's concerns and struggles. And South Korea and mainland China are two collectivist societies that are currently leading model countries for how we should be dealing with the pandemic. I would share my screen if I could to show you the graphs, but mainland China and South Korea are the only places where coronavirus infected rates have decreased. Their numbers of infected patients have decreased in contrast to other countries whose cases are still continuing to exponentially grow, like the United States. Their infected rate has already started curving and even dropped rather than increased because their society is much more empathetic and considerate towards each other. Their government made sure everyone got tested and got results back quickly. Everyone stayed inside properly and quarantined themselves and took proper measures to wear masks to limit the spreading of the virus. We can't be worrying about whether someone unjustly got an A this semester and passed a class because of this policy. But instead, we need to be worrying about the stress and pain this global pandemic is hurting everyone and how we can best help everyone's situation. As an education major and an aspiring teacher, I believe that education is important, but the student's health always comes first. There's a reason why schools excuse assignments and exams for students who have experienced a recent death in their family or other mental health causes. I personally have grandparents in South Korea that I haven't heard back from in weeks. And in times like this, we tend to focus on the worst scenario. I hope my future students know in their heart that their life and health is much more important than anything else they should be worrying about. We are leaders, and I think we should set a good example and be in support of humanity and not academic competition. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the transfer up had a point.
Yeah, a point of order. I think that we've gone into debate. So I'm just confused as to how this is student concern. Not that we haven't had valid points, but
yeah.
So
yeah, I think just the Leonardtown and the BSOS rep are going to be the last ones, and that'll be that. Because I do believe that we are able to separate the individual from the position we hold in SGA, and so I will see if that can happen for the next two. But I will be more on top.
Yeah,
of
no,
it.
I agree that you can separate. I just think we've gone a little bit into debate. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry for the previous interruption. My microphone wasn't working. I would like to both like step back from my position here, but also step back from like the sort of like debate sort of tone and just talk about a personal student experience that relates to sort of trying times like these, right? As a student who has personally dealt with the severe difficulty of getting the University of Maryland to comply and alter like the mechanical restrictions, particularly around like grading restrictions, like for example, like merit scholarship stuff and stuff like that. I was personally told today that the system couldn't be changed, despite the fact I had like an SVP of the department tell me that yes, it was applicable and I was fine, right? I would really like to see, as a concerned student that has sort of been there, further inclusions and discussions about working with institutions within the University Body of Maryland to represent TERP students, many of whom who like particularly underserved and less privileged students who rely on things like mechanically sort of assorted and graded policies, as well as scholarships to see further interactions to secure their well-being, even in the face of no matter what decision we end up choosing. And an inclusion of that would be really preferential as a student who has talked with other students about this issue and has heard similar complaints and issues around the board regarding mechanical and sort of like computationally made decisions that affect student well-being in this sort of trying time. Thank you. Sorry if it's confusing. You can Slack me, you can reach me if you want any clarification. I'm more than happy to. Thank you. Bye.
And then the last student concern, as promised.
Okay, so I'm gonna speak and be in behalf of myself being of a student. Just so I just want to make that clear. So hi everybody. My name is Alyssa Conway. I'm a BSOF student. I'm also a student at the School of Public Policy, and I live in South Campus Commons. So I want to be able to reiterate my points, but I first just kind of want to also note myself as being the head organizer of the COVID-19 Student Task Force, and a little bit of our history to kind of make this be a little bit more clear to you about why this is so important to me. So we started off on Saturday, really. Well, realistically on Friday, because it started off in one big giant group chat where we were all just trying to conceptualize all these different things that were going on within the university. We had all these administrative emails coming in like wildfire, as you all know, and a lot of things students were kind of a little worried about. And after like conversing with so many students, like we had acknowledged that there were many different issues that we felt like needed to be revised, accommodated, or at least just looked into in behalf of us as students that want to be able to acknowledge what will be best for our academic success and what will be best for our well-being. And so at first we were just going to make a memo and like send it off to one of the administrative leaders, but then we decided that this is just way more than that. And I think that we had a little spark, and then we wanted to make it into a fire. And so I invited everyone that was interested, as we were just blowing up the group chat at this point, into another one, and we just started to really start talking about a lot of the different issues that were going on, and it was in reflection of housing accommodations, as we can even discuss as of right now. Like I live in South Campus Commons, so like I have experience with this, and we are just single-handedly like all over the place in regards of what we're going to be doing, and we don't really know what even is happening until further notice, as noted and as you saw within the bill, and that scares me because I'm in a family of 5, and like I just need to. I'm a person where I feel like I need to know what exactly is going on when it's happening, and as of right now, like I don't know. I'm sitting in a world of uncertainty, and I'm still trying to figure it out and run through the pieces, as many of you are, and as many of the students that I feel like I am speaking in behalf of are experiencing. I've had countless student stories of students that have reflected their issues regarding them being able to have access to housing, them with their family members either being sick or them being just like, or really any issue that was reflective in behalf of the coronavirus outbreak. Like, believe me, if you ask, I probably know someone, or I know someone that knows someone that has like gone through that. And so I kind of want us all to be coherent of that and wanting to really listen in, because it's been a long 4 days. I've sacrificed a portion of my spring break to want to accommodate and speak in behalf of students that felt like that they wanted their voices to be heard. So I kind of want us all to just kind of listen in on that. I want us to listen in on what the education rep said, as it was incredibly beautiful. And I'm so thankful that she shared her story on that. And to all the students that have spoken in behalf so far, like I want to say names, but it's literally, the list is too long to count, but all of you know who you are. And I just want to like thank everybody that's within the process. I know this isn't easy. I know that having this position takes a lot of work and a lot of things that we have to go over, but we have to understand that this is in behalf of us as you guys, as representatives, to really show the student body that you're listening and that you're not just hearing them. Like just within many things that we've talked about, it's been in regards of relevant words being like privilege, equity, and need. And I want us to all kind of really render in on what those things truly mean and how they can be not distorted, that's the wrong term, how it can be analyzed within different lenses in behalf of students that are going through these different circumstances. And I don't want that to be abridged or scrutinized within any format to where we are really not looking into all of the intricacies as to how these different versions of policies really impact different students. I had a testimony. I had one, but now as you can tell, it kind of sounds like I'm really going all over the place. And that just kind of goes within summation as to how these last 4 days have been. But I want to be able to accommodate also within our successes. We have had over 4,000 signatures on our petition that is urging the University of Maryland to adopt a universal AA policy for the spring 2020. We've had countless students sharing their stories related to housing issues, them being first generation low income students, academic accommodations, obviously, as to kind of a big reason as to why we're here. And just many other avenues that it felt like wouldn't have really been seen fit or wouldn't have been seen fullness and relevance if it wasn't for the student body actually making their way to stand up for that. And I'm so proud of everyone involved in the process. I'm proud to be a head organizer for that. As biased as that sounds, like I don't care. I just want to be able to have that be acknowledged, that this is something that is incredibly important to me. And regardless of what happens tonight with how the bill ends up, as long as we are taking consideration, that I'm reciting a lot of what now the education rep said before, but as long as we're kind of standing outside within our own privileges, and as long as we are seeing the lens of someone else and what they can potentially be going through as we look through within all of this, then I think we're going to end up finding the solution that will be able to be accommodating for all the students within the university, whether they're, quote unquote, lazy as some people want to depict it as, if they are on top of the charts and overachiever, if they are tall, short, Black, white, have disability, don't have this, able-bodied, not able-bodied, like anything that you can name in the book that resides as a protected class, that I hope that we're all conscious of that, and that we are a beautifully diverse body that truly needs to not only have diversity and inclusion be a factor, but also have equity as a factor as well. And equity is in reference of wanting to be the fairest amongst all students. And so we actually need to really render that while you guys are making all of these decisions here tonight. And as you guys are representatives, we should promote ourselves as being a bridge and not a barrier. And that we should, and I reiterate again, have us be able to understand that this is a unique situation. We are in an unprecedented situation where nothing like this has happened before. And we need to have that be readily known as to how we can understand that this is for the collective and shouldn't be analyzed on an individualized basis, because we never know who we're going to miss as we're trying to work within the process of wanting to help out all the students. And so I hope that you all really take in a lot of these matters that the students have given, that some even legislators have given, that people from all across universities have analyzed. I know you've all been working hard, even when trying to reconcile what should be the best thing. And I thank you all for being involved in this process. I know it's something that has not been planned as of anyone's spring breaks or anything of that matter, but this is something that is really taking light as to what the student body really wants to go in for. And so I urge everyone, just within speaking, as a student, as a person that is a low-income student that has a mental, cognitive, intellectual disability, I just hope that you all just kind of take in the fact that there are students out there that are privileged to be able to experience, different things that some people are still trying to scratch the surface on. I know a lot of you have understood the concept of glass ceilings, and I feel like that it is really relevant here in regards of a person's academic achievement based on the different circumstances that they have in front of them. One person's ability to be able to achieve one thing could be something that another person might have to wait at least 3 to 4 ceilings to kind of get up on that level. And so I hope that we, well, you guys, I keep doing that, I'm sorry, that you guys are able to come up with something that is fully in recognition of all these students, because they're all watching. They all believe in you guys. And I think that at the end of the day, we're going to be able to make a sound decision that will be beneficial for all students that have spoken, that have not spoken, or that are unable to speak due to various circumstances that are not within their control. And so with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for your student concern. All right, so there is no committee report because it's emergency legislation. So I'll ask, is the body ready for the main question? Seeing no, we'll move into a period of debate. Before we do that, I would like to remind everyone that please make your comments polite. I know since we're online, it seems like debates have become more heated. Maybe it's the topic matter, but it shouldn't be an excuse. We are a student org. We are doing this to benefit students. We are here for good reasons. So let's make sure that the night ends in a positive way, regardless of what the outcome of this bill is. So please work with me and we will get through this. So then I'll ask, would the bill sponsor like the affirmative? If you raise your hand or something, that would be. Would the bill sponsor like the affirmative? All right. Would anyone like to hold the affirmative floor? So I'll unmute you. Would you like to hold the affirmative floor?
Yes, I would.
All right, great. And then would anyone like to hold the negative? Would you like to hold the negative floor?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Would the affirmative like to seek time?
I reserve my time.
Okay, seeing that the affirmative has reserved their time, would the negative like to yield time or seek time?
Yeah, I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I just want to be real quick here. I want to yield some time. I just think that it's very important right now that we're focusing on some of the more realistic things we can do after the announcement by the administration. I think we should definitely take some time to absorb what the student response is to what the administration has chosen, and working with admin to make sure that what we recommend is actually feasible, actually works. I think part of us being a voice for students is also making sure that we're a realistic voice for the students. But I do understand that there are a lot of concerns both with what admin has proposed and also with pass-fail in general. And I think that we should definitely think about those concerns. But first, I'm going to yield some time to Madam President.
Could you raise your hand, Madam President? Thank you. I got it, and then I muted you back. There you go.
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. First, I want to just say I really applaud everyone's work and efforts and opinions. I think this is one of those moments where people who are passionate, they really shine. I think as we saw, it's a huge mix of opinions and views. We've seen thousands of students support the AA policy. We've seen thousands of students support pass-fail. And I just think that from this, we've learned that there's no right answer. And I think that this is a great time to have this debate. I want to take a second to read the communication, part of the communication that the VP of Academic Affairs and I received this morning from Dean Cohen. I updated him about the bill failing last night and asked about AA. I asked whether or not there had been conversations with the deans, the provost office, or the system, and whether or not they'd be amendable to a AA policy. And this is what he shared to me. He said, we will hear later today. But I am not convinced that I have enough information about how this will impact accreditation. I don't have enough information on how this will impact students. And I don't have enough information about whether or not this is a feasible policy. So at this time, I cannot support this bill. And I'd like to yield back to the transfer rep.
Seeing that the time has been yielded back to the rep, what would you like to do with your time?
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. Yeah, so first of all, thank you for that. I just would like to highlight that while the current policy that the administration has proposed might not be what we believe is best, and while we might think that a AA system could be better, the fact that admin has, I think, made it clear that they will not be amending the policy to that extent, we should focus on the ways that we can improve through amending the current policy, such as setting the date for which you can choose to opt out or opt in to pass fail to after finals. I know there are a lot of other points about this bill, so I would just like to yield my time to Hannah. What is her position?
Off-campus neighboring.
Off-campus neighboring, thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate that point. What? Sorry, I hold as much time as I may consume. I just want to make the point that there's a lot of conversation about this being advantageous or disadvantageous to students. And I think that's something that we're forgetting is it's not a matter of students taking advantage of this policy as much as it's a matter of students having the opportunity long-term to actually have a policy benefiting them. And I'll give a personal example. Can you hear me? My internet connection is unstable. Can people hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. When I was in high school, I didn't have math, but we had like fake math and they gave everyone A's in it. And then the ACTs came and I got rocked. And it's the same thing for a lot of these like very hard classes for these pre-professional schools where you need to know the information that you learn in class in order to succeed long-term on these other tests.
All right. We'll yield back to transfer rep then due to the poor internet connection.
Okay, thanks. I seek, I think she might have just come back through, yeah.
Oh, she did come back through? All right.
What was I up to?
No, it was, I don't remember, but it was, yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. All I was saying is that a lot of these pre-professional programs have tests that test students on material. And if these students are falsely passed through when they don't actually know more than 50% of the material, that's going to disadvantage them long-term when it comes to their MCATs or their LSATs or other tests that they might have to take in the future that pertain to the information they should have learned in the past. And it's the same thing that I'm saying with students getting with an AA- system. The issue is that students will be coming forward as if they know material, and schools and grad schools will either look at that A- and view that as an F or view that as not a good grade because it's less than an A, and the expectation in an AA- system is that everyone will have a 4.0, and if they don't, that disadvantages students. And so long term, an AA- system doesn't allow for grad schools and for students to have the utmost success long-term in grad schools, because either students are going to be quote unquote punished for their A- because the school doesn't value that A- as what it genuinely is, or schools are going to be considering, or on a pass-fail system or in an AA- system, students are going to be pushing forward, and then they're going to get to their MCATs or their LSATs or their DATs, and they're going to be, I hate to say it, but like in trouble because they don't know the information. And that's going to disadvantage them long-term when they could have just taken the class again and done well, or taken the class again, learned the material, and then done well on their tests long-term. I yield my time back to the transfer rep.
Thank you.
I seek to yield a minute to the courtyards rep.
We don't have a courtyards rep. So who are you seeking time to?
South Campus Commons.
South Campus Commons rep.
Yeah, sorry.
South Campus Commons.
Oh, sorry. So
I yield.
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume, or 1 minute of time. Thank you. Sorry. So all I would like to say is that we are all aware that this situation is constantly moving forward, and with it, so should we. Our constituents have already been informed of the pass-fail policy, and with that in mind, they now need guidance to move through it. And us as representatives of our constituents and as legislative members of the SGA, we have the ability to provide them with that guidance, but I do not believe we can do that by moving backwards and trying to completely change the policy that has already been set and is very likely not to be reset. So I truly believe that we have to take what the situation we are in and move forward with it and concentrate our efforts on amending the current policy, if that need be, and just helping our constituents, guiding our constituents with the information that they are. So thank you.
Thank you.
I yield my time back to the transfer.
All right.
I'd like to reserve my time.
All right. Seeing that the time has been reserved, would the affirmative like to take time?
Yes. Okay. So I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I want to address some of the concerns that are being made. And so first, I want to start off with the last bit about the fact that the South Campus Commons representative noted that that the students themselves don't know any guidance and therefore need to have SGA be a bridge within applying that guidance. I'm kind of not really seeing the full validity of that argument, as that can be in place within any policy that we want to be able to conjure is behalf of the student body that is representative of the students. And so I kind of want to also ask this question as to where our stance really is in behalf of us being a student government association. I know that we are supposed to be retaining these relationships with the campus administration, and I'm so thankful that we are able to have the opportunity within having that, so we can be of a better resource for the students behalf of the university. But let's also be clear that we are not working for the administration; we are working in behalf of the student body. And so I kind of want to have this be said because it is clear that there are students that either do not know about either policy, and so there is readily of no way as to how we can be able to, or even the policy that was even instated by the university until today. So I think that that question is, or that concept is just invalid. And also, this also goes to show that there are students that we've heard in our concerns that we've seen online that CUMD has rendered in, and it is clear that there isn't a very clear way as to what the students truly want. And so I think we need to consider all of the options that we have on the table before it is a concept of whether you think that we are going backwards. I don't think we're going backwards at all. I think this is a step forward within promoting solidarity to our student body, within inclining that we are working for them and that we are here for them. And so I understand that that you guys want to be as sync with the administration as possible. But we also need to learn when it's time for us to have our own courage and have our own heart with an understanding that we are working for the student body, and that should be prioritized. It's noted in the bylaws, noted in the Constitution. Give every document, and it's clear that we are in behalf of the student body. So I think that we need to act like it. And then the second thing goes off into the there's no right answer. Now I agree with that. There isn't one, and that's why we're here. We're here to want to reconcile the best decision that we can make in behalf of the students. Like this, the policy that we have gone into today is within retrospect of something that was literally posted within the past 24 hours. And so we don't have the right answer. Maybe even administration doesn't have the right answer. That's why they are open within student input to see whether or not this is the best thing that we can be able to do. And I think this is the perfect opportunity for us as student government organization to be able to reconcile that and to be able to see all of the angles that we're going for, not just based on merit, not just based on favoritism of, oh, like I want an A and this person might not need an A because of so-and-so, or any other arbitrary thought that might be vindicated within making this set decision. I think we need to stay focused, and I think we need to understand the type of material that these different that all these students have reconciled, and also take that within clear understanding, and take that within full notion as to think about what we're going to be able to do next. And I kind of want to make this clear as to what the bill's intent is. Yes, in the bill, we have a priority that the AA system is the most equitable system. And I still will, regardless of how many concerns and inflictions that have been across, I stand by that. And I know that there are many students that also stand by that as well. And I think that instead of considering this as being of a backwards opportunity, I think we need to take this as a step forward within seeing this in a different light about how we have a foundation set in front of us. We have something that we can be able to work with to accommodate what would be able to fit best with all of these student inputs that we've had. Like, think about the numbers, people. We haven't had people participate in petitions and polling and like speaking up for student concerns or anything like that at all within this past year until now. And so I think it will be of a disservice to the students here if we do not support this bill, regardless of what it is going to look like at the end of the day, because these students are watching, these students are cognizant as to what it is that we should think and we should go for. These students are not in the Student Government Association yet. They have sacrificed their time, their energy, their spring break, their whatever is depicted as to how much that they have sacrificed, either being of a member of the UMD, the COVID-19 student task force, or simply just being a student within the University of Maryland. And so I think we all need to understand that. Last point, before I yield it over, is that I want to speak about the thinking advantageous and disadvantageous. Like, think about the different advantages versus disadvantages. I'm not sure what that point. I think that was the point. I think so. But to assume that the students would just simply just not know the material, I think that kind of goes back into the issue what we had within the concept of the free rider problem. And let's all be clear here is that we all know that at the end of the day, the students are responsible for their own grades, like no matter what. Like you have the courage to wake up every day and get out of bed. You have the courage to make food, to take care of your family, to get a job, to do all of these things that is so precedent as to how we can be a competitive and fast functioning and stable society, right? We all know that within a fact. And this doesn't take away from that. These students still know that even regardless of what system is in front of them, that they have a job to do. As being of a student within the University of Maryland, they wouldn't have like, I just kind of want this to be of clarity, because these students obviously tried hard enough within getting into this university. This university is hard to get into. And you can tell that like the efforts are there within the students. And I think that we shouldn't just not value the fact that it is an arbitrary thought that they're not going to know 50% of the material, 70% of the material, they're not going to know anything, or they're going to know everything. I would like to incline that that is within that student's responsibility as to what it is that they are really pushing forward and advocating for. And so if they want to really work for this, and if they really want to be able to show like their participation, if they really going to make the quote unquote choice that we've had within conversation within the past 2 days, then they're going to make the choice to be able to still strive for what it is that they're going for. And for students that, you know, is in thought that they are just going to ride it out, ride their way through, they're going to get the they're going to like get like, I don't even mean to like sound this within a negative way, but the results they show. And so whether it affects them now, which really shouldn't, because we are literally under a global pandemic, if you know, but it might show later. It might even have shown before, like within past performances. But that doesn't mean that we should have that be of an excuse to completely not look into the lens of students that want to try hard, that want to be able to, you know, go and achieve these grades that they want to have, but they simply are just boxed in due to these circumstances that were unprecedented due to this pandemic. And I feel like I'm saying this as repetitively because I want to make this very clear that we all don't know what these students are going through. And if anything, sometimes the students don't know what they're going through themselves. We are all in the process of where we're figuring out what is happening day in and day out. And we're living in a huge time period of uncertainty. And so with that brings stress, with that brings anxiety, with that brings all of these different, you know, feelings, perspectives, all these avenues as to what could happen within these students' lives that we all don't know. And I feel like it's unsafe for us to clear this as being as such an individualized basis based on tailoring all of these, you know, random standardized policy and / or the policy that's been that was in front of us today, to have that be of the sheer answer that we're going to go for. So you're right, there is no right answer, but we all need to know that the opt-out pass-fail system is not the right answer in clarity, as this is not being cognizant of the different inequities that students may be able to face that want to feel like that they have the choice to be able to do these things, but they don't. They don't, because they happen to need to take care of their grandparents that are sick. They need to take care of their immunocompromised friend. They need to take care of themselves based on their health and well-being. There are so many barriers and disruptions that can occur within this point in time. And I think that it is not fair to just kind of see this based on a merit level, but we need to see this based on the fact that we are hearing and we are listening to all of the student stories that are being brought up today and take that into consideration. And with that, I yield it over to the off-campus outlying representative.
Which one?
Alex.
All right. Before that, I think there was a point, or I don't see the point anymore. Never mind. Alex.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to touch back to some of the things Alyssa said, but also I'm going to address some things like prerequisites and feasibility as well. So I think there has been a big misuse of the word equity. I think sometimes people who might be arguing on the negative for this bill, those arguments will use the word equity when really it's meant to use the word equality. So some students will be hurt more regardless of what system we use. Like, I want to agree with the point that BSOS and Madam President made earlier, that no, there is no right answer. No system is going to be perfect. And also to the point that we don't have enough information about the AA system, which is being proposed. The reality is that we don't have enough information about any of the systems being proposed. Later in my debate, I'm going to talk about the scholarships and how that FAQ that was linked into our legislature channel, that FAQ actually leaves a lot of holes when it comes to whether students will still be able to access their financial aid and their merit scholarships, and that is unacceptable in my opinion. So back to the point about equity, I think no matter what system we choose, there's going to be inequities. The question we need to be asking ourselves is, how do we ensure that this new grading system minimizes compounding already existing inequities? So like many of the students have said, a lot of students face unimaginable obstacles when it comes to this coronavirus pandemic and transitioning to life at home and online classes. We already live in an extremely inequitable society and in an extremely inequitable education system. And it is not enough to simply propose an equal system, such as an opt-in pass-fail, which gives everyone an equal chance, but not an equitable chance. We are looking for the most equitable system. And I'm going to bring up one of my favorite Angela Davis quotes, that in a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist, we must be anti-racist. Now, if we just adjust this quote a little bit, in an inequitable society, it is not enough to simply be equal. We must be pro-equity. The AA policy is the only policy that I have seen which is promoting equity and actually moving away from compounding already existing inequities that we have in our society and at our campus and in our communities. So when we think about inequity, we should be thinking about opportunity costs and the different opportunity costs that students face. For a lot of students, the opportunity cost is much higher if they were to stay or opt into the normal traditional letter grade system. We're looking at trade-offs. So in the opt-out pass-fail system, some kids lose out because they don't put in as much effort and they get the good grade anyways. Or if we're looking at the AA system, we're looking at, we can have some students lose out because of reasons out of their control. We should definitely be choosing the system that does not compound already existing inequities, especially because the students who are most affected tend to be those students who are right at that mark, like very close to the pass-fail mark. The reality is that these students tend to be more affected by outside barriers, like regardless of the coronavirus pandemic. So we shouldn't be promoting a system that is only going to further compound and stratify students based on things out of their control. And I think it's also really important that we discuss how these higher barriers that students face related to access and privilege before the coronavirus pandemic, and now that we are transitioning to this new semi-normal for the time being, that these tend to go along racial, class, and ethnic and other social protected status group lines. Now I want to address the point about prerequisites, that we shouldn't be letting students move on if they would not pass normally. Many students arguing against this bill had said students should see this as an opportunity to take the course again, but this is not an opportunity for some people. This is a financial burden. An opt-out pass-fail system essentially forces some students to choose between their families and delaying graduation. Delaying graduations means thousands and thousands of dollars. It could mean altering your career plans because, for example, for the MCAT, if you miss a semester, you have to wait another year. People might have jobs that they're waiting for after they graduate. They have to graduate a specific date. Maybe they'll lose that job. So should we be forcing students to disclose personal information about their financial or family or other personal circumstances to graduate schools, medical schools, and law schools? I don't think so. Another student arguing in the affirmative said that grades don't have meaning under AA policy, and can we just wait until those students are able to get the resources they need to put the effort they need? This is completely inequitable in my opinion, because for some students, we expect them to pause or delay graduation plans due to reasons outside of their controls, but others face systematically easier opportunity costs, and it's a much easier decision for them to opt out of pass-fail. To the point that this AA policy is not feasible and that it's not realistic. I don't think that it is our job as legislators to gatekeep the decision-making process and act like we know what is feasible and viable during an unprecedented global pandemic. The reality is that all of the USM people have never dealt with transitioning to online courses and all of these changes under a global pandemic before. This is all new for all of us. We can't tell students what isn't feasible unless we try. I've also heard many people speaking on the negative echo sentiments like, we must be a realistic voice for the students and we must work with admin. I have heard this phrase working with admin repeatedly, yet I have not heard working with students as much. This makes me really upset because for the past few days, like Alyssa, I have also been working with students and trying to empower students and listen to students and actually act upon their needs. It's not enough to applaud and say you appreciate student activism. We have to actually listen. The last thing I want to really quickly mention, because I know other people have things to say, is that for scholarships, it is very unclear how the opt-out pass-fail system affects non-merit scholarships. Also, for merit scholarships, if you get an F grade, it will affect your GPA, which could mean you are removed from your merit scholarships because of circumstances outside of your control. Also, on that FAQ link on the website that they have about financial aid and all that stuff, it doesn't say anything about incompletes and how this citation will reflect for financial and merit aid. So also a very important point for this is that many students have both merit and financial aid scholarships in order to be able to afford coming to this university. By saying that, oh, potentially for non-merit scholarships, that this won't affect it as much, but for merit scholarships, it does, is not equitable because some students rely on all of those scholarships. Many students do in order to be able to afford this university. I yield back to the BSOS rep.
All right, seeing that the time has been yielded to the BSOS rep, what would you like to do with your time?
I yielded over to the undergraduate studies representative.
Okay.
So about as of 6 hours ago, the Undergraduate Student Council at Harvard voted to endorse a AA grading model. Points were made discussing the potential biases that graduate law and medical schools may hold against students who opted in for the pass-fail system. The AA system allows students to focus on extenuating familial, academic, and personal circumstances without sacrificing their academic careers. The Harvard student body's decision proves that change can happen and is happening, and we shouldn't dismiss the AA system just because we don't think that the school will pass it. Thank you. And I yield my time back to, and I forgot to say that I seek to says the time is going to consume, but now I yield it back. So.
All right.
I yielded over to the other undergraduate studies representative.
Okay. I'm on my way. Where? Can you raise your hand? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jordan. I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. My apologies, speaker. But good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is having the best day that they can with the circumstances. So I was hoping to speak a little bit about this. So first, I wanted to open up and say that we, as a student body group organization, as for SGA, we're supposed to represent students. So let's represent. We've never had such a huge polling as we have seen. With, as an example, the grading policy. Currently, this has had over 4,000, close to 5,000 signatures in terms of support of that. And let's consider with the fact of compared to other issues throughout this academic year, this has been one of the most biggest supports that we really have seen. And I feel as though we must stand to really acknowledge that and really discuss it. Two, I think that we really have to listen to the voice of the students and their stories. I know that for the last 2 days, we spent over an hour listening to student concerns, and I understand that it can be a bit overwhelming. I personally have mentally checked in and checked out just because the stories are so overwhelming. And so I can understand not always being able to see things from people's perspectives, but I think if we're going to be able to be a representative for them, we must really take the time to really listen to their stories and really understand that this isn't just one person or one situation. This is a situation that a lot of individuals are facing, and I think that we really have to be considerate of that. Third, not being fair for students just to receive an A. I understand that's a lot of point that a lot of people have gone into, just saying that like if someone worked really hard for a 90% grade, versus someone who might have gotten like a 70%, they still aim with an A for that not to be fair. I think that there are ways to explain circumstances like that in terms of putting an indication over the semester's grades to associate with what their circumstances are. Also, as well as making it known that it was a double A policy. At the end of the day, we are all humans. And I think that even though that, and I am pre-med myself, so I am worried for myself in terms of, if everyone's getting an A this semester, how is that going to affect my chances? But I think it has to be a time where we have to put others first. And I think that there's always going to be a problem or an issue. I think it's about spending time on creating a solution. So if that is a issue that a lot of people worry that, oh, if I worked really hard for an A and someone else worked half the grade that I did but received the same grade, that being an issue, we can always combat that, but it's about taking the time to even allow that to be a possibility. So next, I'd also like I said, being a pre-med student myself, dealing with the option of pass or fail, that has a lot of, how would you say, worry for me, just because I think that and like we said, this is our circumstance, so we don't know what grad students in medical schools and, post-grad institutions are going to deal with this issue, but they're very aware of it. And I think it's important to consider the fact that if we're going to consider pass and fail, why shouldn't we be able to support and consider the double A policy, regardless of what may have already been decided upon based on the administration? I mean, if we always just listen to what the administration said and didn't really advocate for those, we wouldn't be doing our job. The next point I'd like to go into is that Alyssa, the BSOS rep, spoke on how hard it is to get into this university. I'd like to emphasize on that part. I think a lot of times we don't really speak on that, but I think it's important, just to give a bit of a personal story so that, people can learn more. When I first applied to the University of Maryland, most people don't know this, I was actually rejected. It was a very hard time in my life. Being a senior, being pre-med, knowing that I couldn't afford to go out of state, it was a very hard time in my life. And I worked really hard to appeal that decision. I wrote a letter. I had to send in a lot of things. And I actually got accepted 2 days before the May 1st deadline. And I don't really share that a lot with people. Sorry, I get a little emotional talking about it, just because, like I said, that was such a really rough time in my life. And I wanted to be able, that's one of the reasons why I'm in SGA, because I wanted to represent that all individuals should be given a chance. And the university decided to give me a chance, and I refused to waste that by not speaking against issues that I see are not being spoken enough. So I just wanted to add to that. Also, personal circumstances, not to put myself out there, but I think that maybe if I share a little bit more of myself, it would get people to understand, especially me being a part of SGA. This morning, I was made aware that my grandfather was tested positive for COVID-19, and I actually live with him. And it's a very stressful period for me right now because, soon I'll be getting tested, and it's a big worry about who I've possibly been affected. And I think that we don't really, look into those circumstances. We talked about how a lot of people are really dealing with this issue, but we haven't really spoken about people who really are, and especially within our own community. If I have to, acknowledge that and let people know that, like, this is a part of my story, for people to really acknowledge other people's stories, then I'm willing to do that. Next, a lot of individuals spoke about wasting time. If we really want to talk about wasted time, we've done that, in my personal opinion, we've done that countless times throughout the semester over certain bills and over certain decisions. Even earlier today, when we were deciding to allow the Georgetown representative to speak or not, we spent so much time wasting about whether or not we were going to give it a chance, that would be the same thing as, people saying that, like, we're moving backwards, we're wasting time on something that's final. I next want to go into the point of how voting for this takes away from spending, how some people have said that, voting for this takes away from spending time on amending the pass and fail. If you believe that only one plan can be attempted at a time, then we should take a look at our own personal stories, where we have definitely looked at more than one option when paving the way. So whether it be small or it be large. So for us to say, oh, we're taking away from time we can amend, if we can stay in the phone last night until 1 a.m. to discuss something that didn't even get passed, and we could consider that wasting time, then I think we should all stand here and think, are we really wasting time to really defend all of our constituents who feel a certain type of way about, today's situation? Moving forward, someone who takes, I think it's important to say that someone who takes the first no, and they receive that as a finality. I know, Madam President, sorry, my laptop is dying, so I need to plug up the laptop. But I know Madam President spoke to the Dean Cohen, about how it seems like they won't, change their initial decision. I feel like it's important to explain that if we take the first no as a finality, then none of us will be the leaders that we aim to be every day. So we can't just take the first no and decide, oh, well, since we got a no, we can't keep working. Times like this is why we should strive against that. And I'm almost done because I know I've been talking a long time. Alex made a great point. The off-campus outline made a great point of speaking about equity versus equality. I think it's important to really acknowledge that and to really stand here and say there is a time where equality is faced, and I think a lot of times we don't really look at we consider times where equality is put in place, but we don't really consider the times where we need equity to be discussed. And I think this is one of these points because if this is a huge worry that we have, we should look at other circumstances throughout history where we really need to really understand the difference between the two. So I ask that people really spend time going over this. And as a final point, I just wanted to say, if we say we want to be the change and acknowledge SGA can be that despite the feelings that people have felt that SGA doesn't do that for them, let's show them today we can. So I have a question for everyone. Will you be the change or will you stand by and remain obsolete to the cause? Thank you. And I'd like to yield the time back to the BSOS rep.
Thank you. All right.
I motion to extend debate.
Okay, so there's been a motion to extend debate. Are there any seconds on that motion? Just click yeses. Are there any objections? Seeing that there are objections, we'll move into a period of voting. It is a procedural motion that requires a 2/3 vote. So please vote yes versus no for this procedural motion regarding extending debate.
10 minutes each side.
What is it? How long do you want to extend it? Sorry.
I want to extend it by 20 minutes on each side.
20 minutes each side?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, 10 minutes on each side. Sorry.
10 minutes, so 20 minutes equally divided, meaning affirmative would go up to 12:04 and the negative would go up to 30:48, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. All right, please vote. So let's see who's yet to vote. The BSOS rep, please. Off-campus neighboring, Tara, please vote.
I don't have it. I have it.
Freshman Connection, please vote. Only legislators can vote. I'll make that reminder. Thank you. International rep, please vote. Journalism rep, please vote. Yeah, international rep still needs to vote. All right, I just want to make sure. So off-campus neighboring, Atara, please vote. So 1 second. All right, so, all right, wait, now my count just messed up. So with a vote of 24 to 12, parliamentarian, is that enough? I think that is enough, but I just want to confirm because that's right on the
enough in any case.
Sorry?
That's enough in any case.
Well, it's a 2/3 vote.
Exactly,
So
24.
does it have to exceed 2/3 or does it have to be 2/3?
It has to be 2/3 or more, to the best of my understanding. It has to reach the 2/3 threshold, so it has to be, it carries.
Okay, so it carries. All right, so we will extend debate. It was 12:04 and 30:48. Since we've heard both sides, I would like to remind all members that go faster can be used as a method of indicating that you are ready to vote. All right, the affirmative still has the floor. So what would you like to do with your time?
Okay, so I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I motion to amend the current amendments that are on the bill that are highlighted in yellow, for the sake that these are just additional stakeholders and like advocates a part of the process, and just additional amendments to want to clear up more clarity as to what the bill is imposing.
All right, so I just wanted to, so the colors show up differently. So could you say what clause they're in?
Oh, noodles. Okay. Wait, sorry. So
would it be 35?
35, 38, 57, 61.
So all the amendments that are currently on the bill.
As a block, yeah.
As a block. All right. So that includes 35. All right. So are there, I think, and you said these are clarifying things.
Yeah, these indicate like more information, like in behalf of more resources that the ledge can be able to use in regards to furthering their decisions.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So are there, so I'm going to clear all. Are there any seconds on this motion? Please indicate, yep. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we'll move into a period of voting, which is required a 50%.
Objected.
So please vote yes or no on the amendments. They are substantive because they are addendums that we're adding. So I just want to vote count. Please, please, please vote. Agriculture rep, please vote. Education rep, please vote. And there's 2 people who haven't voted. All right, unclear, but it passes with a vote of 33 to 0 to 1. Thank you. So the amendments, I'll add them now. You still have the floor, so let me unmute you. What would you like to do with your time?
I yield my time to the North Hill representative.
All right, North Hill, could you raise your hand just for my help?
Thank you.
Mute yourself, please.
Yeah. Hello. I have a motion to amend, but first I'd like to just say a few things.
So I seek to yield.
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume, hopefully not that long. Okay, so throughout this debate, including during student concerns, there have been a number of people who have brought up problems related to the pass-fail system, a number of inadequacies with it, and I think that it is important for us tonight to discuss some of those problems as well, and so I have an amendment to address those. So I move to amend. Moment, I have all the wording. I'm gonna slowly, if the clock could be paused so I can copy and paste this in. 1 second.
For all amendments, please have language ready, any side, whatever the amendment is, just to make this go smoother. So where are you putting this amendment in?
It's one whereas clause and one therefore be it resolved clause. They're already typed. I just have to copy and paste them.
And where are you copying? Just so.
This will be a new clause 61.
Okay.
And sorry. Let me just make sure that this doesn't interfere with the language. And I'm gonna make it a new clause 65 is my second one when it decides to work.
Are you in the bill from the agenda?
I believe so. Is it not popping up?
I don't see it.
Sure.
Now it's coming, yes. I don't know why it's lagging, but it is, yes.
My computer's lagging like so much. So.
There it is. So the new 61 just came in on my end, and then a new 65. All right. So the new 65 and the new 61.
Could those be read, please?
Sure. Whereas the opt-out pass-fail system proposed by the university on March 26 contains issues which have prompted various student concerns, including but not limited to how the system will disadvantage students unable to pass their class due to extraneous circumstances by harming their GPAs, and how the deadline to opt out of pass-fail before finals, that is clause 61. Are you amending as a block?
Yes, as a block. They're related.
And the clause 65, be it further resolved that SGA will work with administration to adopt changes to the proposed pass-fail system based on student concerns should they maintain that system, including urging the grading system to automatically utilize incompletes rather than fails, so students will have time to complete their classes on an extended timeline, and urging the deadline to opt out to be moved to follow their finals. All right. Are there any seconds? So I'm going to clear all. Are there any seconds on this motion to amend? Are there any objections? Seeing that there's an objection, we will have to move into debate. I just want to make sure that I'm doing it right. So motion.
It should be 20 minutes equally divided.
I think so.
I believe so. That's yeah.
All right. Yeah, so 20 minutes equally divided. Would the amendment sponsor like the affirmative? Would the engineering rep like the negative? Are you asking for the negative engineering rep?
Oh, yes. Yes. Sorry.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. All right. So this is now, we're moving into debate regarding an amendment. We're not debating the bill itself. We are only debating the amendment, the two amendments that are being considered as a block. So would the North Hill representative like to yield, or what would you like to do with your time?
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. One moment. Okay, so the reason why I have amended, or I've suggested these amendments is because, as I stated, students, including myself, feel that the pass-fail system as proposed and sent out by the universities, just mute that, are inadequate. The two things that I have mentioned in these amendments, the first is that a lot of us were led to believe that this system it doesn't disadvantage anybody because if you get pass-fail, then it's not going to hurt your GPA. Well, if you have an extenuating circumstance, if a parent or a grandparent is dying from coronavirus, or the people in your family have lost their jobs and their income, and you are just simply unable to pass your class, then you fail, and it does impact your GPA. It's going to be a damaging circumstance. And I understand why pass-fail exists in the way that it does for times when there isn't a national emergency. But I think that people who are in a position where things are out of their control and they are going to fail their class should be given incompletes instead, which is a system that our university already does. But I think that standardizing that process would be incredibly helpful for those who just cannot complete their class on the normal timeline that there is. The second thing that I brought up was based off of a different student concern, which is that you have to choose to opt out before finals. Different classes use different rubrics or have different timelines of things, and a final can be super devastating to a grade, and because of the shifting nature of this international pandemic, who knows how that final could go for you because of that. So because of that, I've also asked that the deadline is pushed past finals, just to give students a little bit more time. Overall, these amendments ask that SGA just continue to work with administration on adopting those things. Next, I would like to yield 2 minutes of my time to to Shoham. What is he, CMNS? Is that right? Yes.
CMNS, could you raise your hand to make my life easier, please?
I'm muting myself.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Shoham. And just debating this amendment, I am in full agreement. I do want to emphasize that the policy that the university passed is not the policy that our bill asked for yesterday. In the bill yesterday, we were saying that it would be impossible for a student to fail because, again, students are not in control of their circumstances right now. For many, just passing isn't a realistic option because of the circumstances they're in. And I do agree with the 2 points that the North Hill rep included in this amendment, that the system disadvantages students who are unable to pass their classes. I am in full agreement, just out of their control. And with the deadline to opt out of pass-fail, it currently falls before finals. I'm also in agreement. It should be after finals. Students should have a realistic understanding of where they stand before they make this decision. I fully support this amendment. I seek to yield back to North Hill.
I seek to yield 2 minutes to the business representative.
I'm in complete agreement with what the North Hill and CMNS representative said. This amendment, while it's not directly about whether we should adopt a AA policy or anything, it makes sure that regardless of what policy we as an SGA support and regardless of what policy the administration eventually, finalizes, that those who definitely need the most amount of help, that they're not left behind. We heard from the CMNS representative who was the sponsor of the bill that we debated yesterday. And, even in the bill yesterday, which everyone knows I vehemently opposed, it had a clause for those who, it made sure that no one failed classes. And for those who are, dealing with this international pandemic, those who are dealing with issues regarding financial insecurity, regarding housing insecurity, regarding any other insecurity that may come about as we heard in our student concerns, we should definitely understand that, no one should, be forced to fail a class because of their circumstances. And not only that, we love to compare ourselves to other Big Ten universities and to other university system Maryland universities, and it makes sense to do so. But University of Michigan, their deadline to choose whether or not you'd like pass, fail, or you'd like to see your own grades is July 1st. And their regular semester ends in May. We heard from a student concern that another University System Maryland school, one of their deadlines to see that is in June, but ours is May 12th before final exams. And that's not fair to students, because if they need to see as a whole what their grades are looking like, you're not able to do that without your final exams. Final exams oftentimes for many people completely make or break your final grade. And so with that, I would like to yield the rest of my time back to the North Hill representative.
All right.
Thank you both for those speeches in the affirmative of this. I'd like to reserve my time for now.
Seeing that the time has been reserved, would the engineering representative like to seek time?
Yes, I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. And I just want to say that I almost completely 100% agree with a lot of the points that the affirmative side did make. But I just think that these two clauses in particular don't necessarily belong in this almost 60 clause bill on the AA policy, and almost have a completely opposite purpose to the actual goal of the bill to implement this AA system. Whether you like it or not, I don't think, whether you like the AA system or not, I don't think that these amendments necessarily fit into the other action plan type results of this bill. And for that reason, I am against this amendment. And I would like to yield the floor.
Back to the speaker. All right, seeing that the floor has been yielded back to the speaker, would the affirmative like to seek time? I gotta unmute you first.
Yes, I would like to seek time. To respond to the engineering rep's concerns, I believe that ultimately, I believe that we have to, as an SGA, respond to the situation that has been given. I personally think that it is super important for us to take a stance on this issue in whatever form tonight. I'd like to yield time to the international representative.
Is there a specific amount of time?
2 minutes.
I just wanted to give you the option.
Thank you. That's great.
I had a point of information before I comment.
Yes.
So about it becoming an incomplete, like I read about it. So what if a person fails still? Will that show on the transcript? Like, does the amendment cover that?
I will direct that to the amendment sponsor.
So the amendment doesn't include considerations for if you fail on the if you fail with an I. However, an I is supposed to go so as long as the extenuating circumstances. So if you're extenuating, so it should cover that basis as long as you have problems that would give merit an incomplete, then you're not going to get an F. If you ultimately fix your circumstances and then fail, then you failed.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and before I also comment on affirmative, can I amend the amendment a little bit? Okay, it's like, I think it's a friendly amendment. I just wanted to, on clause 67, after finals, just adding without a W, because even when students after finals drop it, they're still going through the stuff. And like, I don't think it should show on the transcript.
All right, I'm gonna ask, would the amendment sponsor view that as friendly?
It is within the spirit. It's super friendly.
Super friendly. All right, then thank you. Then we will not need to debate the amendment on the amendment. I just really want to avoid that. All right. International rep, you still have the floor.
Okay, now I do want to speak about it affirmatively.
2 minutes, I believe you were yielded.
Okay, so should I start?
Yes, please. I yield as much.
Oh, I yield as much time as I may consume. Whatever. So basically, my point is that yes, this bill is really long, but the reason it is very contested and a lot of people are against this bill is because it's not realistic. And these amendments make this bill to some extent realistic, urging the university to amend their pre-existing policy so that it becomes more equitable is the right thing to do. And we do not have much time to table this till next week and make another bill about it. And I think that is one of the reasons I support it, because it needs to happen tonight or as soon as possible so that it can be brought up to the administration. The two things that I really cared about, which has been mentioned in the amendment, is about dropping the class. I don't think if a person is going through unusual circumstances, unprecedented circumstances, and they have to drop a class, it should not show on their transcript. And the final exam really affects, at least in my classes and my comp sci classes, there are a lot of classes that has final exam which are 40% or 20% of the class. So like that really affects a person's grade or their ability to pass or fail. So I really agree to that. And secondly, the reason that the engineering rep gave, again, I do understand that this is a long bill, but given that this is the only bill we have tonight, and it is unlikely for us to make another bill and pass it right now, this amendment needs to be added to the current bill. Thank you. Oh, it was 1 minute. I yield the time back to the North Hill rep.
All right, thank you so much.
I yield a minute of my time to the off-campus outline rep.
Which one? Which off-campus outline rep?
Alex.
All right. Could you please raise your hand? Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to speak really quickly in support of this. So I think when it comes to advocating for students, honestly and truthfully, we should be taking into account students' priorities. And one of the priorities that students do have is the fact that the F is going to negatively impact their grade. And I want to circle back to what I was discussing earlier about financial aid and how this all plays into that, and that this amendment will help us to directly address these financial aid merit scholarship concerns, which are really important and disproportionately affect students who are already face higher obstacles and barriers regarding to access and privilege. So I really support this amendment, and I encourage everybody to vote in favor. And I also want to reiterate that it does create kind of a cushion, like a backup plan, kind of like the international rep was saying. And so I think it does make the proposal more realistic as a whole. I yield back. Thanks.
The North Hill rep currently has
Parley Pro.
Sorry?
Point of Parley Pro.
Go for it.
Is the motion to divide a question something that can only be done before voting? What is the timeline on that?
Parliamentary.
Can you clarify before voting on what?
It's just how does dividing the question work? If you could give me a rundown.
Sure, absolutely. So reading off of standing rules at this point, a motion to divide the question can be made on any question that contains more than one independent substantive proposition. It must include specific items to be divided. Oh God, I'm not even going to try and interpret C, but it's not too important. It's very technical. Requires 6 representatives in favor to pass. Does not require that the member making the motion be holding the floor during debate. Does that sufficiently answer?
That answers my question. Thank you.
Good.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak for 30 seconds on this?
There are hand raises, but I'm not sure if they're left over or not. So I'm gonna.
I haven't received texts either, so if I'm actually gonna reserve my. Wait, no, nobody else has it. I'm gonna yield 30 to the B sauce.
All right.
So.
Hello, I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I just wanted to clarify, just as bill sponsor of the bill, I consider this to be a great addition to it. There's just as what the off-campus outlying representative said, and like other representatives said, that this is a great cushion, and I think that we are going in the step in the right direction towards being able to figure out what it is that the students prioritize. I yield back to the North End.
Thank you. And there's a point of personal privilege to use the go faster if you're ready. Oh, just as a friendly reminder that is available. All right. Thank you. So now, would the North Hill rep currently has?
Yes. I think I'm going to. I'm going to yield to Alex again, PSOS, or not PSOS, off-campus outline.
For an unlimited amount of time?
15 seconds.
Okay. Can you click, can you raise your hand? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so I motion to amend the amendment. Please pause the clock. So where I'm amending is including urging the grading system to be universally applied, and that's it. Yeah, so just the reasoning for why I'm proposing that in the student task force, one of the priorities for if students were not able to get the AA policy was some type of universally applied policy, because that addresses a lot of the equity concerns. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll ask the North Hill representative, would that be viewed as friendly?
It's not going to be viewed as friendly. I'd like to see this debated.
Okay, so another. All right, another 20 minutes equally divided. It's 10 minutes on both sides. Would the amendment sponsor like the affirmative, that being the off-campus outlying rep? All right. Would the North Hill representative like the negative? Can you just do a?
Sure.
Sure, you would like the negative. Great. Would the affirmative like to seek time?
I seek to reserve my time for the time being.
Okay, seeing that the time has reserved, would the North Hill rep like to seek time?
Oh, I wasn't prepared for this. I believe.
Then why did you?
The merits of both sides to this. So actually, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have accepted this. I reserve my time.
Well.
Oh, wait, my mic is off. I'll just seek to yield as much time as I may consume. Yeah, so back to, I think it's really important that we do advocate for some type of universal policy. And I think many people speaking on the negative for the bill as a whole have brought up that the university already made the decision and all this stuff. And I think that those are semi-valid points. The reason I say semi-valid is because we're not here to work with the university. Like I said before, we're here to work with students. And I think we should refocus our center onto students instead of how can we accommodate the administration. In regards to a universal system, other universities have adopted universal pass-fail systems with different variations in terms of W and annotations and how it affects scholarships and all that stuff. But I do think it is important that this bill, the original bill, the AA bill, is advocating for the most equitable system. And so I think if we are not able to achieve that, the second best in terms of equity would be for some type of universal system. I reserve my time.
Thank you. I would also just like to remind members that you can click go faster if you are ready to vote on this amendment on the amendment, and I'll try to make that as clear as possible. Would the North Hill rep like to seek time?
I reserve my time. I'm abstaining on this.
Yielding back the floor.
Would you like to give the floor back
Okay.
to the speaker so that a person or an individual who may be in opposition be able to?
Yes, please. I yield to the speaker. Apologies for missing.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to clear all and see if anyone would like to seek the negative floor, because we have already heard from the affirmative. Would anyone like to seek the negative? All right, seeing none, the floor remains open. Would the affirmative like to seek time?
Yes, the affirmative yields as much time as the BSOS rep would like. Alyssa.
Okay. I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. Am I on now? Am I good? Okay. So I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I want to be able to vouch for the off-campus outlying perspective on this. Knowing a lot of students that were participatory within the COVID-19 student task force, there were priorities that were set across as to what is the best equitable option that the university could be able to vouch for. Of course, if you guys have seen online with the hashtag #SeeMeUMD, there has been huge inclination also from the students themselves that have spoke within student concerns to inquire that the AA policy still remains and should remain to be the most equitable decision that we are able to make. Now, I will also like to include that as a body, as what was stated prior within my debate time, is that there are students that are also trying to understand further in on the AA, which I completely understand. And so with this will give a solid cushion, as referenced before, as to another option that we can be able to incline on. So it again is a step that we are not moving backwards, but we are pushing forward into finding the most accommodating solution that will satisfy all of the student priorities that are at hand. And given as to what we have heard today and what we've been hearing in the last couple of days, that the concept of an F is something that a lot of students have concerns about. And the concept itself of just being based as to the opt-in or opt-out, the decision-making of it being considered, of it being a choice, has been discussed as being a integral issue, which is within another reason as to why we are here today to discuss that option. And so if anything is to be invoked, which, the AA policy does support and vouch for, with it being of a universal perspective. If there is going to be any other option that if we would go into the universal position that was said within the amendment of the amendment is to be of the best option. And so with that, I yield my time back to North Hill.
All right, there was a point.
No, I'm sorry, to off-campus outline?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, there was a point of order, so I'll off-campus neighboring point of order. What's up?
Yeah, there's several people making edits on the document right now. It's really confusing. Some of them are anonymous edits, so I don't know how we're supposed to keep track of who is even amending this, or even if they're an SGA member. So can we just think about that? I'm getting confused trying to follow these different amendments to the amendments. With all
Currently, yes, okay, thank you. I will address this. So currently we're only discussing Quinton's amendments, and those are labeled with Quinton's name, at least they're on my screen. Before we vote on any of the amendments, I will highlight them to make that clear.
Okay.
And then if you are making amendments, make sure you're not anonymous so that we can track because you are correct that it is hard to track amendments if they are anonymous.
Yeah, I mean, arguably we should just kind of reject.
Well, if no one can
amendments that are
debate,
made
well,
anonymous.
someone would have to debate for them.
Okay.
Yes, and
Yeah.
so currently we're debating what is highlighted by our communications director, I believe. It's the system to be universally applied, or I was highlighting it, my bad. System to be universally applied. The universally applied is the amendment on the amendment that is currently being debated. Okay. So the affirmative side currently has the floor, which is off-campus outline. What would you like to do with your time?
Yeah, so just a point of personal privilege. If you want to talk, raise your hand or message me. I seek to yield now as much time as I may consume. Back to why it's necessary that we have a universal policy, regardless of if it's a pass-fail system or a, double A, is because different students face different trade-offs when it comes to deciding whether they can afford or have the mental health capacity to be able to opt in or opt out of whatever optional system there is. And when we enact non-universal systems, we are essentially forcing students who, because of circumstances out of the fault of their own, their family situation, mental health, whatever it is, we are essentially forcing them that if you're going to apply to grad school, you need to explain to the grad school all your personal situation and all that stuff. And I think that that is just not acceptable. And also it puts students in a lot of stress because we're already in this really, really stressful time and students are like deciding, oh, should I opt in, opt out? Like weighing financial aid and their families and all this stuff. And we're putting students in a situation that we should never be putting students in. Like people were saying yesterday, number one priority should always be health and the health of your family right now. Enacting a non-universal system does create more stress for students because we are forcing them to make a decision at a time when they shouldn't be forced to do that. I seek to yield to the public policy rep as much time as she wants.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, I seek to yield as consume my time. Yes. So I am wholeheartedly for universal policy because not only does this put specifically freshmen that really honestly I've had to explain to like so many friends that do not understand this, it puts this at a really weird position for them to feel pressured to choose the grades or to choose one way or another because either whether you do not fully understand it or your professors are like, you need to do this, or you don't fully understand if you want to go to grad school or what you want to do in the future. So you're like, I need to select my grade, which puts students at a disadvantage during this time. Not only that, if two UMD students are applying to the same grad school or whatever in the future, and if we don't have a universal policy and one chooses to pass, fail for a class and the other chooses an A, B, C, whatever for the same class, the pass fail student is going to be looked as less than, or they're going to be questioned as to why they chose that, which again puts them in the same position of, like Alex said, having to explain situations or over explain themselves or not even being considered. So I think a universal, whatever situation, whatever policy we choose, a universal one is what's best for all students. Thank you. I yield my time. Back to Alex.
Thanks. So now I would like to yield to the BSOS rep, Alyssa.
Okay. All right. So I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I just want to echo in on the rationale as to why universal is better than going through the option. This has been clarified time and time again, and I feel like this has been in discussion since we have gone over the previous legislation. But I want to be able to invoke that going forward with a universal option does mediate that term of inequity that we are really going to foresee within the future if this isn't being addressed now. The option showing of students like not being able to hold on, I'm gonna rephrase this. Actually I don't have a lot of time, So I'm gonna give you guys an example that I was able to actually see online, and I want to make sure that you all can be able to hear me. And I'm gonna make this quick, so I hope everybody listens. Okay, so let's say Chad and Sabrina both want to go to med school or work at an ABC company, and both have a 3.5 GPA right now. So let's say they were on track to boost it by getting straight A's this semester by taking 6 courses that they excelled at. Chad comes home to free Wi-Fi, a healthy family, and a personal library. Under opt-in, opt-out, he knows that he can manage home life and chooses to get better letter grades. At the end of the semester, he accomplishes his goals and boosts his GPA to 3.7. Sabrina, on the other hand, has 3 younger siblings. Her parents were laid off and are finding a way to take care of her elderly grandmother. There are 2 scenarios for her under opt-in, opt-out. Opt into passing, let's say she makes it through the semester and passes all her classes. Opt into letter grades, let's say she chooses to do a letter grade to pursue her law school dreams and works 24/7. Unfortunately, 1 week after selecting, her family gets sick, anxiety comes in, stress is in the way, and she must continue to work for her essays and all of that. She isn't able to work at her maximum potential and gets all C's. Maybe this policy doesn't allow her to kind of revert into passes, and therefore she, after laboring through the entire semester, and so I kind of want to bring this as to a means of kind of talking about comparative disadvantages. And that is going to be something that we will have to deal with as a concept if we don't make this universal. With this being in motion, that if both are within the same situation as to what it would entail, then in forward, there will be no difference as to one other's success to be able to achieve based on their own separate circumstances. And so within that, I'm fully supportive, and I yield back over to the off-campus
And I would like to reserve my time.
outline.
All right, seeing that the negative floor is open, I'm going to clear all. Or actually, would you please raise your hand if you would like the negative floor? All right, seeing no new hand raises, would the affirmative still like to seek time, or would they yield it back to me?
No, we're ready for the voting.
You'll yield it back to me?
Yes, I will yield up my time back to you.
So seeing that the both floors now remain open, we'll move into a period of voting. So a favor of the amendment on the amendment. To clarify, a vote of yes will add the universally applied. A vote of no will not add and universally applied. Please vote now. Please, please, please. North Hill Rep still has to vote. International Rep, please vote. Does the North Hill Rep have a question?
I'm abstaining.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So if you're abstaining, raise your hand. Thank you. All right. So with a vote of, it looks like 30 to 3 to 2, the amendment passes. Yes, so then it will just be, I'll add that in here. So now we are back to debating on the North Hill Representatives Amendment regarding clause 67 that it looks like right here, as well as clause 61 that I'm highlighting here. So 61 and 67. Okay, I'm gonna clear all. So would the amendment was made on the, believe the affirmative side. When the off-campus outlying made the amendment, it was made on the affirmative. So now the affirmative still holds the floor, and it will actually be the off-campus neighboring who currently has the floor, since they were or outlying who has the floor. So Alex, do you mind raising your hand? So what would you like to do with the time?
I would like to, we're back on the North Hills original amendment, correct? I would like to yield back to North Hill, please.
All right, thank you. So North Hill, what would you like to do with your time?
I would like to yield 10 seconds of my time to the Leonardtown representative.
All right. Leonardtown, can you raise your hand? Or that, yeah. 1 second. All right.
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume, or 10 seconds in this matter. I think that like the inclusion of this particular amendment offers opportunities to better advocate for student interests, including dealing with issues regarding pass-fail broadly.
All right, thank you. What would the North Hill representative, if they could raise their hand, please? What would you like to do with your time?
I'm sorry, I believed that the Leonardtown representative had an amendment. Can I do that as a point of information, just to make sure that we're clear there? I mean,
does the Leonardtown representative have an amendment currently that they would like to propose? You are unmuted.
Perfect. So is this going to be in the same voting, just like point of clarification, point of information? Is this going to be attached to the North Hill representative's amendment, or is this a separate amendment proposed for the bill at hand?
That depends on what your motion is. So if you would, I personally would look favorably on a separate one so that we don't get into the amendment.
I would also look favorably on that. So
let's get through the North Hills amendment.
Let's carry through this amendment and then we'll go from there. Yeah.
If you get the floor, you can make the amendment. Yes. All right. So the North Hill representative, you have 20 seconds.
Excellent, great. Yielding back to you.
Thank you. So I'm going to clear all. The affirmative is on mine. Would anyone like to, and the negative as well, would anyone like to seek the negative? So off-campus neighboring.
I have a point of information. It looks like there's an amendment written into the document by an anonymous person.
Which can you tell me?
Sorry, clause 67.
That's without a W?
Yeah.
That was made by the International Students International representative, and the North Hill representative deemed that as friendly.
Oh, okay.
That was the one discussed.
Okay.
I just
Sorry, my bad. Withdrawn.
Yes. Does that clarify it?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. So international rep has their hand. Oh no, no longer. Engineering rep.
Yeah, can I motion to call the question?
They're both on my side, so unless anyone wants time, then. Or do you still have the negative?
Yeah.
I believe you yielded it back to me, but if not.
Oh, I apologize.
But if you have, if I might be misremembering.
Okay.
So do you have, let's just say you have the time, no one else is raising their hand. So motion to call the question. Are there any seconds? Any objections? Hearing none, or seeing none, we'll move into a period of voting on this amendment. So again, please vote, but I will clarify it is clause 67 that I'm highlighting, and it is clause 61, both made by the North Hill representative. Please vote. The BSA, thank you. The architecture representative needs to vote. The CMNS representative, Alicia, needs to vote. All right, with a vote of 3 to 2 to 1, and abstaining just before I call it, you can raise your hand. But okay, 33 to 2 to 1, the amendment passes. So let me put that in. And I will fix any of the, optics of it, just the way it looks to make it consistent afterwards. Alrighty. So we are done with the amendment, Mr. Parliamentarian. So we'll move back into the time of the bill debate.
That's correct. Yeah.
You can just, yep. Can you move back? Yes, I just need to refresh myself.
That's fine with the screen share. Here we are.
Perfect. All right, so the affirmative has 11 and negative has 30. The affirmative is currently being held by the North Hill, or no, by the, yes, the North Hill representative who made the amendment. And the floor holder is the BSOS representative. So with the North Hill representative, what would you like to do with your time? And please raise your hand.
I move to divide the question to remove clauses 61 and clause, I believe, 67 currently, and divide those out to make it its own.
To remove? Are you motioning to remove them?
I'm dividing those questions out so that it is a separate bill.
Can you explain what you're doing again, please?
I'm moving to divide the question to remove those two clauses, to divide those questions from this piece of legislation so that it can be voted on as an independent question.
Mr. Parliamentarian.
Yeah, this is a thing that can happen. Whether or not y'all want that is completely separate.
Why, can you explain why it can't happen?
No, it can happen. I'm saying this is allowed.
Oh, okay. And so what then this would look like is.
Is that a question?
I have a question to the parliamentarian. So if 61 and 67 pass, but everything else fails, then what do we have left? Just 61 and 67?
So if 61 and 67 were divided into a separate question, they're completely separate from the passage of this bill.
You broke out.
Divide it out, then we vote on everything else, and then that new bill that we just kind of becomes its own bill.
So 61 and 67 become their own bill.
Yeah.
All right.
Call that bill B for reference for now.
May I ask the North Hill representative why they believe this is necessary? Especially given that we're in an online format and trying to get through this meeting.
I completely understand all of the technological problems, but I think that it is important for us to consider separately whether or not we want to opt or argue or advocate for AA, and I want us to consider separately advocating for changes to pass fail. I think those questions should be independent of one another.
So North Hill, can you hear me out? The reason I'm concerned is that, would you be willing to divide the question once we've gotten through all the other amendments that are currently present and are ready to vote on everything, so we can have the voting on the material? Because I believe there's, and stay unmuted, please, just for.
Sure, sorry, just, okay. Well, we wouldn't have to vote immediately after dividing the question.
Okay.
It would just become a separate bill, and then when this bill is done, we would go to that bill.
Would you be willing to motion to divide the question later as well?
I can wait.
Just so we see exactly what we're ending up voting on and what we're dividing.
Sure thing. Thank you for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Thank you for and thank you. All right. So North Hill still has floor. Because you just made the amendment. So what would you like to do with the time?
I'm so sorry. I'm going to yield. Oh, I'm going to yield back.
Yield back. Thank you to the BSOS representative who holds the floor. All right. BSOS representative, you currently have 11 minutes. What would you like to do with your time?
Okay. I yield my time to the Leonardtown representative.
The Leonardtown representative.
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. So I'm going to try and keep this really briefly. But one of the things I've sort of been noticing as this conversation has sort of developed over the past 2 days is, on one hand, right, universally, right, regardless of what platform, what position, what grading model, what perceptions of scholarship exemptions and personal and professional reasons, whatever, right, it's ultimately an issue of advocating for students, right? What we do as the SGA is advocate for students. It's not necessarily, right, a question of setting a moralistic high ground and expecting everyone else to play ball, right, but advocating on behalf of student interests. And when you see the amendment language that I've just put up, which I will shortly file a motion for, you will see exactly sort of what I'm talking about. But I think that in the process of creating this bill and talking about it and making moves, we need to be more open-minded than just saying one opportunity is the only opportunity and this is the way we must do it, right? But we should include other methods to employ and deploy or implore and deploy student voices. So I'd like to make a motion to move, or I'd like to move to submit an amendment. The series of amendments I have is a block.
So let's stay unmuted, please. So
Yep.
The amendments that you're offering include, just so everyone is clear, is 62.
So let me pull them all.
Could you walk through the ones so that everyone's understanding of what the amendments are?
Yes, I can walk us through exactly what the amendments are. So it is 62, modifications to 63, a new amendment, 64, and accompanying changes to the action plan and the be it finally resolved 70th clause. So as a brief walkthrough, to start off, this is just sort of a reflection of a personal concern. Clause 62 includes language specifically talking about.
I think, hold up. So I don't want to get into debate about why these are necessary or why they're not necessary.
No, so, I just wanted to talk about specifically what they do. This will be exclusively, if you want me to walk through.
Mr. Parliamentarian, I think we've been allowing it, so we should just keep allowing it.
Yeah, that doesn't sound that much like debate.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I absolutely do not intend for this to be debate in any way, shape, or form. So clause 62 specifies student concerns regarding scholarships and like educational professional outcomes regarding grading services. So we'd love to see, right, further elaboration by the university on the policy, on the nature of some of those concerns. Like a personal one for mine was, say, like merit scholarship, right? For clause 63, will be resolved. This is really where the meat of the question is. So this is actually where 63 and 64 are really just a bigger change to what 63 used to be. So in the original version of this bill, right, everything that's in sort of like the line out scratch is about specifically adopting a AA grading model and establishing it as the superior grading accommodation supported by students of the student body and includes like relevant testimony thereof, right? I sort of split it into two clauses. One specifically is that instead of sort of moralizing and taking a specific high ground of the SGA needs to do X, Y, Z, and Z and say this is a final, like this is our like specific claim, right? But to further and engage and advocate on students' behalf to represent their concerns to the fullest extent on more than just the AA policy, which could be a consideration in future talks with the university, right? But to urge the administration specifically to consider pass-fail and then in the 60 or consider either amending or like specifying more of the pass-fail thing in light of the coronavirus pandemic, right? And then 64 specifically lays out some of the testimony concerns and the importance of why we're doing this, right? Specifically on the talk of like, you know, why the AA grading model was even like being upheld to some extent, right? As a member of the total sort of consideration body. And include specific like groups that were involved with this and listed them and named them because at the end of the day, student voices, like it's what we do, right? That's the extent of debate that you'll hear from me during this introduction. And in 70, it's just an inclusion of a single word, considerations, because there are other things that come into effect when it comes to grading and scholarships that are affected by professors. And the action plan delineates.
What about 69?
Oh, That's not mine.
It says it's yours.
Which clause number?
69.
I don't have any edits there. I have an edit in 70. You can see my
point. I know, I agree you're 70, but it also says you have one in 69.
There's one by the international rep on 68.
I guess it might be just on my screen. I will refresh. All right.
That might just be like the entering to get from 69 to 70.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no. You're totally good. It's totally understandable. 70 includes specific considerations, right? Giving whatever that I can explain on in debate more clearly. And the last sort of the meat of the amendment doesn't necessarily specifically list AA as like the specific and like defined action, right? But to promote further advocacy and communication of student interest, because we know that the university hasn't really done that. And that's the extent of the introduction. Sorry if I was like a lot.
No, all right. So there's been a motion to amend all that as a block. So I'll clear all. Are there any seconds to that motion? That should be a check mark. Or I see a hand. Yes, business rep.
That was a second. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No worries. Are there any objections to this amendment? There is an objection, so we'll move into a period of debate, which will be 20 minutes equally divided. Mr. Parliamentarian, please. Would the amendment sponsor like the affirmative on this amendment?
Yeah, I would love to.
All right. I'm going to clear all again. Who would like the negative on this? Off-campus outline can have the negative on this. So would the affirmative like to seek time?
Yes, I would seek to yield as much time as I may consume.
Please go ahead.
So as for, the more like debate, like, like sort of personal, like whatever rationale that exists outside of like a general overview.
Sorry, I misinterpreted the hand raise. I believe there was a point of info from the off-campus.
Yeah, so I wanted to hold the negative floor, but I also had a point of info I've been trying to get in for a few minutes now. I think it's really important because clauses 68 and 69 and Sherm or Leonardtown, let me know if those are your amendments, but I'm pretty sure they're not. And I'm confused how they got there because they are not on the original bill that we submitted and they have not been added as amendments and they're added as like normal text on the bill. So I'm really confused about that. If we could figure out what's up with that.
So I can provide an explanation just like looking at what I'm seeing. It seems that someone went in an editing mode. So those are not like official languages of anyone's creation that we know of. Those are just someone essentially inputted text into the document. So I don't think we've ever voted on.
No, and I don't know how that would have been possible.
So are 68 and 69 part of your amendment or not? I'm just confused.
No, I did not write them. I do not know where they come from.
Okay, motion to delete 68 and 69 because I verified it multiple times. They weren't on the original.
So you currently do not have the floor. But let me
point of parliamentary procedure. Yeah. Can't I make a point of clarification to rectify an issue within the chamber?
Yes, and I will. Yes, so there's no motion. If it's not a language in the bill, I can remove it. I do want to figure out how it got there since I'm looking at the access to this document and it's only that people can comment and I did not write this. So I will figure this out as well. But for now, just to keep the time rolling, I would like the affirmative to discuss their amendments.
Yeah, absolutely. So I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. So I would like to sort of clarify and like personally argue on the merits of sort of what I've been put up to amend. This is not an attempt to supersede or like restrict the freedom or the importance of student voices, right? At the end of the day, like this decision, I am actually like also personally affected and I am compelled to take into like opt into receiving a grade over pass fail this semester despite personal concerns. My own mother's a healthcare worker. You know, immune issues I've certainly suffered from, right? Like I understand that I have an illness that is often like, you know, co-opted with pneumonia, and so it you know, it has its problems, right? But because of specifics of like my like merit scholarship that allows me to come here, and specific rules that the university mechanically can't go around but said they would but now can't, I am now liable, right, to be pushed into adopting a grading system when I may not necessarily feel comfortable with it, when my own mother is a healthcare worker who's possibly been exposed in the same, like not the same floor, right, but like the same like building repeatedly to other people that may have been exposed to the coronavirus, specifically SARS-CoV-2, right? But the intent of this bill, or this amendment in particular, is to open up the avenue of discussion, because I think that one of the issues when it comes to like advocating for a lot of like big hard change is that like, yes, it's important to include the reality that yes, there are things we're going to ask for that aren't necessarily going to be realistic or attainable or whatever, right? But it's our right to advocate and ask for, right? But also to open up discussion towards other avenues that also affect students. And I think that what this amendment specifically does, going through the list, is that first, it gives students the opportunity to know that the SGA is looking out for their concerns, right? There are individual student concerns of, you know, having coronavirus or being exposed to it, or, you know, having issues with scholarships and future educational professional outcomes that are dependent on it, like as referenced in like the Harvard Medical School and Maryland Medical School issues, right? But also that it's not, there's so much more that we can do as an SGA in terms of more than just moralizing and sort of claiming these things, is that we also have the right to advocate for what our students are asking for. And I think that this amendment language in particular allows us to open up that avenue of discussion to the real issue, right, of students not being consulted when they made this optional pass-fail grading model that we know is compulsory in some extents, right, and is also not driven by the nature of the student response to this epidemic, as evidenced by the clear and insane, relative to the norms of like SGA policy or student government or government policy at the university, right, response to this issue, right? So in specifics, clause 64, let me just make sure I'm still good on time, I don't want to bore you all to death with my voice, is that we will be able to like advocate and lobby for these real student concerns, right, while also working with the university and with students and with professors and with the academic departments to guarantee certain outcomes, right? Like say, like, you know, pass fail was made mandatory, like either way, right, I'm gonna have to spend all semester working with the scholarship office, and that's my problem, that's my thing to grind and work for, right? But I think it's also important that we recognize that students aren't just asking this because of whatever, right? There are 1.5 million reasons why students are advocating for any given thing, right? But it is our job to advocate for what they ask for. And sometimes it may not be what we personally entirely and fully agree with. Like there are legitimate issues, right, that come up with questions about the AA grading model. And those aren't necessarily to say that they are bad or wrong or inconsiderate or not important or too important or whatever, right? But that in opening discussion with the university, which is ultimately our job, right, to be that sort of leverage tool between the students and the university, is to open up that discussion and to recognize the efforts of non-SGA student activists in raising awareness around this issue, because there's been a lot of talk just in the public eye about what's going on, and I think that's important, right? But also that we don't necessarily claim that, oh, like this is just for one reason, right? But that we make it an issue about advocating on students' behalf, which I think that, you know, historically we haven't always done a great job of, right? We've certainly been marred by scandals of issues where we've taken our own private position on a matter, right? And it's awesome, right, that students have come forward to talk about the AA grading model and other issues of rectifying the pass-fail system, which I'm totally in line with, right? But let's make this, instead of just an avenue of setting a singular bar of action, let's talk about really advocating on students' behalfs, getting further information. Like I'd love to see more, right? Whether it's AA or whatever, I don't care what the actual answer is. What I care is that we're looking towards students and we're engaging with the university to make real policy-driven change on the matter. And I think that my amendment would actually help move that further rather than just setting a sort of singular standard bar. Nothing against it, right? And really, I mean this with the fullest respect towards everyone involved in this. This is really awesome, and I'd love to help push it further. I want to make sure that the bill language actually supports that and supports an opening up of discussion rather than ranting at a closed wall, which happens all too often in all matters of government, from student to national to even local. I'd like to yield my time back to the speaker.
All right, seeing that, so there were, a couple of things I would like to address. On my end, it says that it's anyone with a link can comment. It has come, some people have reached out saying that they are able to edit, which is, again, I'm not sure why. Please make sure you're on suggestion mode. It does, on my end, the previous clauses did look in a different color, so maybe there was, I'm just not really sure what's going on in that sense. There were a point of order in the ledge channel, so I'll allow that. Off-campus outline.
Sorry, let me swallow. The amendments substitute a substantial change to the bill, which changes the entire purpose of the bill. Isn't this not out of order?
So I'm reading the title of the bill, which I see as the purpose, and it's urging to reconsider and support other. So in the opinion of the chair, you can appeal the decision of this chair. It seems to be in line with the title, to my understanding.
Okay.
Yes, the other outline. One sec. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to also do the same point of order, because I believe that the proposed amendments as they stand do significantly dilute and actually alter the original intent of the bill. So while the bill title is not always going to be 100% indicative of the intent behind the bill, the people who wrote the bill are able to shed light onto the intent in a much more full context. So as one of the people who helped to write the bill, I would like to point out that the purpose of the bill was to listen to the explicit recommendations of the student task force, not to take those.
Is this debate now, or against the amendment, or?
No, it's explaining why the point of order holds.
So point of order, you stated your point of order, I've explained, so I understand.
So motion to appeal. Okay, go ahead.
You can appeal the decision.
I would like to do that.
All right. Let's go.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
Are we able to debate the appeal?
I wanted to look into that.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, that's next. Looking at
that. All right. There's hold up. Polifrone.
What?
What were you saying?
Yes, debate on the following questions, one being appeal of decision by the presiding officer, is limited to 10 minutes equally divided. So
but it says that an appeal, hold up, an appeal is debatable if the decision appealed was made from a question which was itself debatable. So the question about whether or not this is a substantial isn't debatable, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So therefore, this appeal is not debatable.
Yes, I'm looking. Where did you?
It's the last standing rules of order, last part, page 16. And an appeal is debatable if the decision appeal is made from a question which was itself debatable.
Yep, correct.
So therefore, this appeal is parliamentarian.
You're right. Yeah, I agree with your interpretation.
So not debatable.
It was not substantive in the first place.
It was not substantive in the first place.
Could not proceed on the appeal.
It's not debatable.
Yeah.
Off-campus outlying. Unmute.
Yeah. So when it comes to understanding the intent of a bill, does the amendment text not count towards the intent of the bill? It's only the title.
Can you explain?
So when you have the bill, right? You said only the title matters.
I did not say only the title matters. I went by the title, but please.
Yeah, so are we not allowed to reference the original amendments of the bill itself in order to determine the intent of the bill? Is it only the title? Yes or no?
I mean, I can look into the therefore be resolved, and the original. So the first one is creating a AA, but everything else is urging reconsidering, and transcript should include that's the new one, and we'll work with administrators to adopt changes to the proposed pass-fail. So, you know, I think, again, in the opinion of the chair, this does not change the intent. This is not a, you know, the intent. Off the other off-campus outlying as well, and then we'll move into a vote regarding the appeal of the decision of the chair. Yes.
Yeah, so I have a point of information or point of personal privilege. I'm not really sure, but if you are saying that the amendments are not substantive, and then two of the bill authors are saying that the amendments are substantive, doesn't that in itself prove that this is a debatable point?
The amendments themselves are substantive. They always
just because we have differing opinions doesn't mean it's debatable. Unfortunately, you know, so we're just gonna. I think you've made your point, and so we're gonna
challenge that, but
move into a period of voting on the appeal of the decision of the chair regarding if this amendment is substantive. So let me explain what this means. So the vote is going to be, if a vote of yes means that you disagree with me, and that means that you believe this amendment changes the purpose of this bill, and that means that if the yes prevail, that means that this amendment is not allowed to be added. So that is what a yes vote means. A no vote means that you agree with me. You agree that this does not change the purpose of the bill, and then this amendment will then be debated. Just because you vote no doesn't mean that this amendment is added right away. All right, so I'll take a few questions about what I just said. Yes, off-campus outline.
So could you just go over what specifically you look at when clarifying the intention of the bill?
I look at the title and I look at the therefore be resolved, because I think that's indicative of what the bill, you know, I understand that the intent of the writer might have been different, but from my standpoint, I need to look at the bill. And I understand there was a short timeline. I understand that it was less than 24 hours.
Okay, so
I'm looking at the writing.
Yeah. So looking.
Sorry, so then Sherm.
Hi.
Better town representative.
Yes, totally acceptable. I actually would move to recant or recall my amendment. The language in it like has good intent, but when the writings of the laws like we pass is not necessarily made, it's not like in bad faith, but it's not in the faith that's deserving of an issue of the matter of this. I would actually like to like recant, like.
So would you like to rescind your amendment?
Yes, I would like. I would move to drop my amendment as it stands.
That's easy enough to do. Okay, so then we don't have to do any vote. Sounds good. And then there's no amendment to debate, Mr. Parliamentarian. So then we go back to the floor. And then we go, affirmative had the time. Affirmative was sure. Leonardtown, what would you like to do with your time?
I would seek to yield it back to the speaker, as I have not been requested.
It's not the speaker. I believe it is the BSOS representative.
Yes, sorry, the BSOS representative, because we're out of the amendment process.
Yes, great. So the BSOS rep, could you raise your hand? Or there's been points, so let's do some points. Let's see if they're still relevant. So can you put your hand down if you don't have any, because I think there might be some leftover stuff.
Yeah.
Hey,
the first point is, how often are you checking the Slack for points?
I'm doing my best, but when I'm put on the spot regarding points of orders and appealing the decision of the chair, it's going to be less frequent.
Next, I have a point of, I don't know what it would be, clarification, probably for whatever. Point of information. Didn't yesterday, when deciding if a amendment was friendly or not, you ask the author's opinion? That being
I did, but I still went by my opinion as well because the bill was titled Pass Fail, a bill supporting opt-in pass fail, and clearly that would go against the. So, you know, I was curious what their opinion was, but my decision was made solely by my own, and I agreed with the bill sponsor yesterday. But
okay, I'll rest all my other points.
So BSOS, seeing that there's no other hands, BSOS? Rep has the floor. If you could raise your hand, or I see you right here. All right, BSOS rep, you have the affirmative for the bill.
Okay, hi, I'm back. Just give me one moment. I believe that there was someone else that wanted to speak. So forgive me. I want to give. Shoot. I yield my time over to the education rep for 2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes to the education rep. Education rep, do you mind raising your hand to make it easier?
I'll reserve my time after.
Thank you. Education rep, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm wondering if people actually understood what I meant when I earlier stated, if we are worried about academic competition in a time like this, then we are not an ally of humanity. And what I mean by that is that if one is worried about what other people are getting as their grades or worried about the system, it's not about education anymore, because education is not a system. This is about humanity and having empathy and consideration for every human. And this is about like togethership. It's not about fairness or any of that. Thank you. I yield my time back to the BSOS rep.
All right, thank you. So I'm gonna. I'm gonna unmute for the BSOS rep.
I reserve my time.
Seeing that the affirmative side has been reserved, the transfer rep currently holds the negative. Would the transfer representative like to do with their time?
Hi, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the public health representative.
Public health representative.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate something I said yesterday and just give some support for something else. This does grant a lot of good things for students right now. You have the option until currently the last day of classes to like rescind and then pass fail. Like there are a lot of options, or to give your grade if you're doing well in the classes, but then you have options just in case. I think where we should go from now is moving to changes like suggested by North Hill and Leonardtown, things that would extend the pass fail date past final exams so that those people have time, so people actually have time to make those decisions properly. And then also so that we North Hill's suggestion, sorry, I'm getting things mixed up right now. Extended, but then also have things for incomplete, so that given the extenuating circumstances, which we have talked about, which are where individuals have things beyond their control, which inequities at home that the school can acknowledge for them, mark them incomplete, and then allow them to continue later. I think that's where we should go from here on out.
All right, 1 minute's up. Transfer rep has the floor.
I seek to yield as much time as they may consume. I'm planning on yielding my time right away, but I just wanted everyone to know that if you'd like to hold the negative floor, just let me know. And with that, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the CMNS representative.
Could the CMNS representative raise their hand?
Oh, hi. So I would like to reiterate again, I brought this up earlier, just super quick, that I don't approve of the current policy. Under the bill I co-sponsored yesterday, specifically said should be able to fail right now. That isn't respected by the current. And I just bring up.
Can we pause the time? So the CMNS rep is breaking up right now because I'm assuming poor connection. So I'm going to yield it back to transfer rep until the CMNS connection improves, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. But how will we know if his connection improves?
Well, we can try again after the.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't want to use time up on static.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'd like to yield to the engineering representative.
Could the engineer, and is there a limited time?
No, I'm just yielding.
Okay.
I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I just want to remove clause 25 because it talks about last night decision, and I just don't know if it's necessarily 100% valid or if it pertains to this bill and its purpose.
So you would like to remove clause 25 when I'm highlighting?
Yeah.
All right. Are there any seconds on this motion? If so, check. Are there any objections? Click X if there's an objection. All right, no one's hit X, so I'm going to move into I'm going to check Slack. I still don't see any objections, so I will move into a period of voting then. On the removal of clause 25, I'm looking in Ledge channel, I'm checking my DMs. Yep, so we're gonna vote to remove clause 25. So a check would indicate removal of clause 25, an X would indicate keeping clause 25. So please vote now. Please vote. The BSOS representative needs to vote. The Leonardtown representative needs to vote. You can abstain if that's what the hand raise indicates. All right, with a vote of, I guess, 34 to 0 to 1, because I don't see any X's and I don't see any abstentions, the clause 25 will be removed. You still have the floor.
Yeah, I yield the floor back to the transfer rep.
I'd like to try to yield time to the CMNS representative again.
All right, if the CMNS representative could raise their hand. All right, let's try again.
Yeah, so sorry I got cut out, everyone. My Wi-Fi is not the best in my room, and I literally just got off the Zoom call. Back on?
Yep.
So I just don't know how much was caught, but I want to reiterate, I don't approve of the current policy, as I've stated previously. It does not go against the intent. It does not agree with the intent of the bill I co-sponsored yesterday, because students are able to fail under this system. Additionally, I had a conversation with a university student today about the AA grading policy. And I want to once again emphasize that my focus here isn't the free riders and the cheaters of the system. because no matter what grading policy is implemented, these free riders and cheaters will exist. It's literally what they've done. It's literally what they will continue to do. I'm worried about those who are in circumstances out of their control, who are being disadvantaged by this policy. So I brought up many times yesterday that for many courses where there are prerequisites, these students are not set up for success in the next course of the sequence. And as a result, they could perform poorly and even be forced to withdraw or fail. Now, in my conversation with a student today, a great point was brought up that I hadn't previously considered, that these students who are in disadvantaged positions are some of the most hardworking students at the university, and I completely agree with that. So, and these students are willing to accept, for many of them, that yes, they are at a disadvantaged position this semester, but they're willing to work twice as hard next semester to catch up to the course content and make sure they're still academically successful. However, I really do believe this becomes an issue of equity once again, because I think it further exacerbates the issues these students face. These students under the AA policy would be responsible not only for understanding the content they're being taught as a result of moving forward, at the same time, they're responsible for understanding the previous content, which they were never sitting in the classroom or watching lectures to learn. And again, it's through no fault of their own. It's literally, they have circumstances out of their control. Could be familial, could be expanded responsibilities in the household, could be poor Wi-Fi connection, could be living in a different country and not being able to make it to your class. We have international students. Again, could be temporary housing. The lockdowns and just travel restrictions have been horrible for so many students. And I really want to emphasize that it's not the free riders and cheaters we're worried about. Those will continue to exist. It's the students who are most affected by this bill that will, again, be disproportionately disadvantaged. Next, I'd just like to discuss that I am a huge fan of the COVID-19 task force and their CUMD campaign. It's 108 fantastic members on Slack and 255 members on their GroupMe chat. And I think it's so good that they're advocating for so many issues like first generation low income students, like housing, a future commencement, and what this bill is about, the academics for next semester. I do want to caution that one thing I've really noticed is a lot of us say that the students are showing a ton of support towards this AA policy. And then on the other hand, there's thousands of responses showing support towards the pass-fail policy through the survey that the SGA sent out. But again, both of these were fundamentally flawed, and I think it would be a mistake not to acknowledge that and just use that in consideration of opinion. Yesterday, I was just scrolling online, and I do want to bring up that on the UMD Reddit social media subthread, a student did actually ask a question: what type of grading system would you prefer or think would work best under the circumstances? And the options were letter grading, universal pass-fail, optional pass-fail, or the AA system, A-A. And in this survey, there were 613 responses, and the majority voted for a pass-fail system, and the plurality voted for an optional pass-fail system. Again, you do have to consider that not as many people are using this platform, and many people did not even know about this survey. But I think it is fair to acknowledge that it is the only survey of its kind that's been released that lists both optional pass-fail and lists both A-A. And like using solely the existing surveys, it's just not fair to come to a strong conclusion using that evidence. Like all of it has its own drawbacks. Next, again, I am a pre-medical student, so I did want to shed some light on this issue. So I'll quote, so many people brought up the HPAO announcement today. HPAO is the Health Professions Advising Office. And I'll quote from the announcement: choosing the letter grade option is the best and safest course to ensure that your coursework can be applied in the future to professional school requirements. And this is really a message of safety because the people at HPAL have our best interests in mind and want to make sure that we are able to apply to the schools we would like. However, something I have had a concern with because of other student activists is assuming that all these medical schools won't accept existing pass-fail option. So a student at the University of Minnesota, a student activist like many of us in the SGA and many of these students in the COVID task force, actually reached out to many of the top schools on like the US News and World Report rankings. And his findings were as follows. Medical schools that will accept pass-fail grading for all courses, including prerequisites, this semester include Stanford, NYU, Mayo Medical School, University of California, San Francisco, Washington University, Northwestern, Columbia, Duke, the University of Michigan, and UCLA. On a case-by-case basis, Cornell Medical School responded that's how they would be considering. And the pass-fail only if schools require mandatory pass-fail was only implemented by Harvard. And many students have been quick to bring up Harvard as like an exemplar for other medical schools, but no other medical school has adopted this policy. And Harvard really isn't leading the way in this situation. And that's actually at odds with one of the clauses that says, clause 58, medical schools such as Harvard Medical School have officially agreed only to accept pass-fail grading. It's not medical schools, it's literally only Harvard Medical School. I think that's very worthy of consideration. And I just want to finish off by saying there is a value of the grade at a university. As flawed as it may be, a university grade in a course is meant to represent some level of academic understanding of the course. However, under this AA minus system, a student can be awarded an A minus even though it's at odds with their actual level of academic understanding of the course. And just moving forward, I think that's at odds with what the purpose of the university is and what grades are supposed to represent. And just all policies have drawbacks. I'll emphasize this point once again, but I do not believe that the AA policy is the most equitable solution. And just because professional schools are such a big topic of conversation, I do want to emphasize that Harvard is one of its kind right now, and it's the only medical school implementing this policy. It's something to be very considerate of and to look further into, because we shouldn't just blindly agree with what we hear. We should also be doing our own research. I know that's a huge priority at the task force. I'm always free if anyone wants to reach out to me. I'd love to talk. Thanks. I'd seek to yield my time back.
Thank you. So the transfer representative, what would you like to do with your time?
Do I get the time or is Quentin?
Oh, you're right. Thank you. The North.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you, at the transfer rep.
Sorry.
Of course. I'm moving to divide the question as I did earlier since we've resolved amendments.
Okay, so all right. All right, so we're working with the assumption there won't be any further amendments. All right, so the division is going to be, so here's my other question for the Northville rep, and please stay unmuted. Would you look favorably on dividing the therefore be it resolved clauses? So everything 1 through 60 seems to stand, and then the therefore be it resolved are the 61 through 65. So there we can divide. Would you be amendable to that? So that I'm just worried that we end up with potentially have the situation where we end up with a bill with 2 clauses, with no background and with no anything.
While I look unfavorably of that, or sorry, on the doomsday scenario of a 2-clause resolution, I think that some of these whereas clauses may not apply, the ones that particularly deal with, but I have to read through them.
I as speaker need to kind of plan for the doomsday, and I agree that's
understandable. How about, and I know this isn't the exact procedure, but I could ask you unanimous consent that we just copy over all the whereas clauses including, and then that therefore be it resolved clause that we amended in. And then we take out the ones, we keep keeping them in this bill. And then in the second bill, we take out the ones that don't apply. Is that?
Yes, it's going to take time. And do you mind doing that now?
I can work on the copy pasting, but
yes. All right. So I'll let is it okay if you rescind your motion then to be able to, and then we can continue?
Yes, I'll do that.
Yes, I appreciate the middle ground. Thank you. All right. So the North Hill, and then let me know, you can Slack me in the channel or directly when it's ready. All right. So the transfer rep still has the negative floor.
Thank you. I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. So I'd just like to clarify my position on this bill, which was that we just received the decision from the administration.
Hold up. Mr. Could you start the time, please, on the negative? Thank you. Go ahead.
Anyway, as I was saying, we just received the decision from the administration today, and we haven't really, I don't think, adequately spoken to the students as to what their response to this is, although we can assume that. I would like to point out that the polling that SGA did, as well as the petition, all happened before this final decision had been made. And I just think that in order for us to make an informed decision that is both feasible and also works best for students is important. I'd also like to say, I'm not happy with the decision that the administration did. And I understand that it's very frustrating that it doesn't look like the AA policy is possible. However, I do believe that even though we might think that is a better policy, it is important for us to understand that the administration has made it clear that they will not accept a policy like that. And while it is our job to speak for the student body, I think we should take this opportunity to work with the student body in a way that is effective. And unfortunately, that does mean having to give in to some of what the administration is telling us. But at the end of the day, we are in a frustrating situation where they have the final decision. And it's important that when we're making decisions, we're being effective, even when it's frustrating, even when it hurts, even when we've worked really hard for things, when they no longer become feasible. I think it's important as representatives of the student body that we work towards the more feasible option. And with that, I'd like to call the question.
All right. Before calling the question, there were points, and I'll address the points. Public health representative.
Never mind. It was about something else, and
all right, passed. And then the international representative. If you mind raising your hand so that it's easier on my end.
Yeah, I had a question about what Quentin is doing, like point of information. Yes, what Quentin is doing. So wait, so is it like he's gonna make his bill and then we're gonna pass on it, or is it just like him making a separate bill? Like, what are we voting on first?
So, good question. This is why I asked him or them to work on the separate bills, so that it is clear, especially from an online standpoint, of what exactly we're dividing and how. And so I will let him or them answer this question, but I'll give them time to divide because I understand that motion wanted to be made. North Hill, does that answer the question, International Rep?
I think Quentin wants to respond.
Yes, I was gonna let them, but okay.
Can I, before we do that, can I actually rescind my motion really quickly?
I appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, North Hill Rep.
Thank you, Transfer Rep. Yeah, I just need a few minutes because my internet's really slow right now. But what the intent is to make it so that there are going to be two bills. There's going to be the AA bill as it stands, which with all of the things that it advocates for, And there will be a second bill that includes that is about specifically addressing problems with the pass-fail grading system that was released today. And that is going to, the be it resolved clause of that is centered around the amendments that I had proposed and were accepted earlier.
So the second bill does not mention AA. Is that?
Yeah, the second bill won't mention AA. Unrelated, but I still support AA. But
it does seem like those are two separate conversations that are having. So we'll.
If I could just have a few minutes to.
Yeah. Would please transfer it.
Yeah. I would like to motion to recess to give him time, but can I, point of information, ask him how much time he thinks it would take him?
Sorry, let me unmute.
5 minutes tops. I'm just deleting things. I'm not going super in depth. So we will have time afterwards to look through it to give a final before we actually, because we'll still have to.
Had a question?
I had a follow-up question. Please. So when we make the bill, we can amend it?
So we do motion to divide, so that's going to be the first thing. So that's dividing it. And then the transfer rep still has the negative floor. And then they would have to motion to vote on one or the other. And then we will. I love how today seems to be the trickiest meeting in parliamentary procedure. But we will get to it. So I would look favorably on a 5-minute recess, or public health representative has a as well. What's up?
Yeah, since we've talked about, like, the Leonardtown rep also suggested changes, and I think those would be good moving forward. So, like, terms of Quinn's, like, in terms of extending pass fail date, and then the Leonardtown reps, which would be more about, like, or actually Leonardtown was extending pass fail, and Quinn's was more, or North Hill was more about, like, as like kind of adjusting for incomplete as far as extenuating circumstances go, as far as I understand. So wouldn't that be better to go for like a different bill in a different week, because that could apply to either pass fail or AA? Is that, I mean, I might be off base on this, but like since that's kind of like a different.
Let's do a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
You can talk, or let's make it 10 people. I personally need to go to the restroom, and I would like something to eat.
Can I motion for a 10-minute recess?
There's been a motion for a 10-minute recess. I'm going to clear all. Are there any seconds?
Second.
Any objections? Hearing so there is one objection that I will now need to. Is there any objections? Click the X. There are no clicking of the X. So we'll move into a 10-minute recess. We'll return at 10:44. Please. And I will unmute all.
You cancel them because of drama.
All right, guys.
You're the one who's causing drama by canceling.
Valley Riot.
Drama.
Let's go.
Who wants to get a tour of my room?
I have muted everyone, but you are able to unmute. Go ahead.
Hello.
Who wants to tour of my room, like I said?
Yo, Quinn.
Good, y'all.
North Hill.
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Yo, I'm back to
like,
I'm a little busy at the moment.
Your Slack messages.
Wait, why can Maggie, is that your brother?
Yeah, this is my brother.
Wait, nice to meet you, Maggie's brother.
Really high. You can't see everyone.
Yeah,
I know. That's the glasses person.
Brother.
Oh, that's Alex.
6 feet.
Sarah, your dog is adorable. Oh my gosh.
Wait, that dog is so cute. I don't even like dogs.
Alex, you don't like dogs?
That's good.
Because I'm a dog. That's the only dog I need in my life. No, I like dogs, just not big ones. Like that looks like a little dog. I would rock with it.
Yeah, he's
Where
like,
is Jake?
I don't like chihuahuas.
I liked your dog. No, I liked your dog, Josie.
Kelly,
I like Shih Tzus.
Oh, Shih Tzus.
how do you spell Shih Tzu?
SHIHTZU.
I was playing, you know that game Stop? That's like, it's like categories and then it's letters, and you have to like fill in the category with that specific letter. And it was like S, and it was dogs. And I could not spell Shih Tzu.
Yeah, that was fun. There is a chance.
I just want to say, at Alawi, I only have 2 motions left, and I will have made every motion possible.
Oh my God.
You will become too powerful. You gotta stop it.
This entire
Like
time.
Thanos.
And I
Like
swear to
Thanos,
God.
you gotta stop it right now.
Live stream's still on.
Are we taking bets for what time this is?
Everyone is sick here.
Dog and Quentin. Tomorrow.
We're still waiting for tomorrow.
What was that?
A ghost?
What was that? Casper?
It's me. It's me.
Yes, Josie.
Yes.
Are you waiting for tomorrow? Are you
I'm so excited for tomorrow. I
No.
love the student facilities fund.
Yes, we have so many good proposals.
Does anyone know what the weather's like? I haven't been outside.
All day.
It's actually really warm, but I forgot none of you guys live in Florida.
Is Ben on?
Oh, okay. Oh.
Ben on?
Freaking flex, Sherm. Get out of here.
Someone say hi?
Hey, I'm
Ben,
out.
Kenner was a ghost town this morning.
What was?
Kenner Airport? Or just
Where
all
were
of
you in
Kenner?
Kenner?
Why were you in Canada?
Oh, because you flew out of Kenner? Why didn't you let me know?
Because I was wearing masks and gloves and don't want to talk to humans. It was a noon flight, so I didn't have time, or else I would have saw you.
That's ridiculous.
I'm flying back in next Tuesday night.
I'll be here.
Okay.
That's like 30 minutes from my house.
That's
Yeah, you're in Metairie, yeah?
Yeah, so it's real close.
Yeah.
It was a ghost town though?
Dude, airports are weird right now. Like, you could hear a pen drop.
That's crazy.
Wait, how much was the flight?
$7 plus taxes.
What?
Yo, who wants to go on a trip?
$36.
I want to go on a trip.
Ben,
I'll
we're
go.
social distancing.
Okay, well,
Ben,
get
I don't
separate
care about
seats.
social
It's not like the
distancing.
planes are going to be that
You can
big.
come to Florida anytime.
Yeah, my plane was empty.
Can I buy a plane right now for $100? I'm kidding.
Buy a whole plane?
I mean, if you're gonna go private, like they're probably gonna get more expensive because all the social distancing stuff.
No, they're going cheaper. They need income. My ticket was $7 plus
No.
$30 in taxes.
You're talking about the ticket. I'm talking about the whole plane.
Oh, well,
You know, PJ, no jammies, you know?
How do I send my bill?
Just email it to David.
Sorry, Alyssa.
All right, I'm going back to my video game, y'all. Keep fighting the good fight.
Is David here?
I'm trying.
Mr. Speaker, where are you?
He's
It's
What
long.
time do we think this is going to be done? What is the estimate?
2 o'clock.
12:30.
Huh?
I said 12:30.
Sponsor, and I'm like,
Honey,
what?
my time ain't free. You gotta Venmo me to keep me up that late. Jeez.
That's facts.
Talking about Bill Knight just made a TikTok, and he has more than 500,000 followers.
Again?
Can we
Bill,
all
where's
on
my
three?
dad? He
do
just
Bill?
made the account 21 hours ago.
Did everyone see my TikTok?
It's pretty
Guys, one of my friends and I are in a big fight about who's gonna get a TikTok first. And then I was on TikTok, like on my computer, like I didn't download the app, and he's TikTok famous.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
I never used TikTok.
That's a shame.
My phone broke, so I don't have a phone during quarantine. And I can't go buy one. So
Honey,
yes, you can.
Well, I
First of
ordered one
all,
on.
If
I
you're
ordered
not
one
playing
online.
D&D with your friends, you're losing the apocalypse.
It's. I had to call people on my landline, like it was like the early 2000s. It was for my friends. It was for it.
That's gross.
I know.
My phone broke for no reason.
Chicken?
Why do you eat chicken?
Finance committee doesn't accept landlines.
Through the chat. What were you planning?
Kelly, he's so cute.
You can cook it. Give your season takeout. What's his name?
From State Farm.
No. This echo is not.
We should start a acapella group.
Okay, Durrani, start.
La.
Hey, I'm not a host, but can I use?
No one's gonna follow me.
You follow that.
I just realized this is still live.
Okay, Anne.
Wait.
Can we start it again, Doran?
I'm embarrassed. Okay.
I hate this.
Wait, can we all just appreciate Ellie's dog right now? Can we just appreciate
He
the
makes
dog?
the weirdest voices, but he's such a mush.
Your dog is so cute.
Where's Joey?
Who's good dog?
It's a play date.
So cute.
Hey, gentle.
Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
I tried my best to get appointed before we recessed, but those efforts were futile. But it's okay.
Please don't take it personally.
No, it's okay. When you can fix it, you can pay me back. You can make me feel better by accepting whatever I say here. When we come back from recess in 1 minute.
Hello, I think you're the one who's
I'm
echoing.
gonna mute everyone and then can you?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Hello.
Please.
Okay. As you know, Zoom will kick us out very soon. So
No, they won't.
darn it. Okay. I was gonna move for a recess until 11 p.m. because I'm hungry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, but I think.
That's why you gotta.
But just pass those over, please.
Yeah.
David, I emailed you the bill.
Like half this.
It's not perfect, but if we can share it with everyone and then we can all do this as a team. Also, I didn't change the title, but it probably should be.
Well, this should be the same bill, just minus some things, right? We're dividing the question.
Yeah, you can't have a new name.
Yeah.
Well,
and it shouldn't be a new sponsor. Right? It's the same bill. We're just dividing.
Yeah, dividing the question just means you're taking out parts of the bill to vote separately on them.
This is true.
And if you separate a part and pass it, but it can't stand on its own, then it doesn't go into effect.
May I ask I asked the consent of the legislature to allow me to copy parts over.
Please do this now. Please make it.
I already did and sent
my motion.
At that point, why don't you just write a new bill?
Yeah, that's Quinn. Like,
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
So-
shouldn't we like wait to have?
I don't like being yelled at.
I'm not.
We're not in the meeting.
My motion to extend recess until 11 looks really good right now.
It is 50 people telling you different things at once.
Okay, let's extend it by 5 minutes.
No, let's extend it by 15. Let's extend it by 15.
Quentin, shave your head.
No.
Oh God.
I would like to
back to the meeting.
Recess because I do not want to.
Mute everyone.
I'm
Why?
on it. Bye, everyone. Alrighty. Now it's just me. Peace and quiet. So where we left off was that there was a motion to divide the question in a way that pretty much divides all of the double A stuff separately. And I'm gonna unmute North Hill. If you could raise your hand, thank you.
Okay, so that wasn't my motion.
Yes, but I'm trying to simplify it. What was your motion?
Right. So what I did was I took out all of the clauses that mentioned double A from the bill, and that is the document divided question, which I have shared with you.
Yes.
I am not trying to remove them from the first bill. My motion that I originally made was just to move over the amended parts, because I don't want to leave the first bill with just a couple of clauses that don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we will
let me just so I understand and everyone understands. The divided question document, which I will share with everyone in a second, and I'll make I'll make a copy of it. And it is all the information without double A. Is that correct?
That is what it is currently.
Okay, so 31 has double A. I'm just
if you see it, take it out.
Well, I mean, I don't want to do it. I want the person who's so.
Sure. One second.
And sorry, everyone else, bear with us.
What clause?
31, I have it highlighted. I saw double A, so I'm highlighting it.
31. Oh, I thought I deleted it. It was 1 second.
So
actually, this whole thing about that petition needs to be deleted. So 31 and 32 needs to be gone.
All right. So, and then and tell me if I'm understanding this correctly. So we would divide. So first there's the motion to divide the question, which would divide this section of the bill with everything that is AA related, correct?
Yes, but maintaining the clauses. All right, okay. So we're operating out of procedure here, but I think that the way to go about this legally is to just do my original division, create the second bill with just those two clauses, and then I will amend in all of these other clauses so that we're not stripping them from the original bill. So on the AA bill, if we could just remove the two clauses I amended in. Does that make sense?
I don't think any bill is currently being stripped. I think we're pretty much creating we're creating two versions of this. Like, again, I want to make this simpler, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding the point.
Don't worry, I'll defer to you.
But what I'm thinking is, if we divide the question, if we first vote on this divided question bill.
Wait, no. We should vote on double A first.
Let me finish. So this is all the content, and then we vote on the double A. And so if both pass, then the original bill stays. If the double A doesn't pass, then the opt-out pass, like the opt-out pass failed part, like is bad passes. Does that make sense?
I don't think that that's the best way to go about this, respectfully. I think that we should go through the double A bill as stands for all of the people who want to support double A.
Okay.
And then the second bill can be looked at as a sort of safety net.
But that's not dividing the question then.
What?
But if you're looking,
I'm dividing the question, the thing that I have divided out from would be the second question. So legally we should go through the double A policy bill first, finish up there, and then move to the second bill.
Okay. All right. So there's points of information. Let me share the second bill. Is it ready to be shared, North Hill?
Yes. Bearing in mind, we might find something. Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a copy. 1 second, everyone, and I'll put it in general for everyone's convenience. Speaker. put it in general. North Hill Rep, this is a copy of it, so whatever you are doing on the original, just be aware.
Okay, thanks.
All right, now we'll move into points.
I'll put my hand.
International Rep goes first. All right. International.
I had a point of information which was clarified. I also have a comment which I think I'll make a point of personal privilege.
What's up?
So I think like the reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, the reason it's being separated is because now they're going to be seen as separate entities. And then the AA policy will have no mention of the safety net.
So that is why I would prefer to do the safety net first and then add the AA, but I'll, sorry, I meant to unmute.
But yeah, my comment was on that thing, because if we do that, then it's going to be very like, even if AA has the safety net and it gets passed, I think it'll be very cluttered.
So I'm North Hill, you're unmuted.
Okay, so I think to answer your question, I just want to I support AA, but that's irrelevant, right? I think that we should just continue and finish up our AA debate, and then afterwards we will independently be addressing the problems with the proposed pass-fail system, and that would be the two bills in front of us. It would be AA and problems with pass-fail.
Definitely, okay.
All right, so thank you. All right, so next was transfer representative.
So I guess I'm confused. So dividing the question cannot create two separate bills.
Yeah, we're creating two separate bills in order to make it easier for an online environment to follow what's in the division.
So is one bill the entire bill?
It's one bill, and we're just dividing it into two documents because we are online and the North Hill representative insists that we divide the question. So we have to adapt. It is not two separate bills. It is two versions of the same, like two different parts of the same bill.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong then. They both couldn't, so one of those couldn't pass then and couldn't be the only one to pass because it couldn't stand alone.
Well, that is why I'm trying to encourage the North Hill representative to make it so that it can stand alone.
Well, so I don't believe dividing the question can do that. So if the question is we would like to have an option in which a bill does not mention AA, then dividing the question would take AA out of that. We would vote on the entire bill and then we would discuss AA separately as a separate part. But that's not what I feel like is being done.
North Hill representative is unmuted.
To address the transfer rep's concern. So what I wanted to do was to divide the question to take out the amendment that I proposed. Then we would finish our debate on AA. And then when we get returned to the second question, which was on the amendment addressing pass-fail, we would put in the relevant clauses in order to make it look like a real bill so that question has that in there. I do not think that it. What?
I don't think that can be done. And also,
I do not think that is dividing the question does either. But
not only do I think that can't be done, but it doesn't make sense to divide out the question to an amendment we've already passed because we've already passed that. It's already part of the bill. So if you want to divide something out, it would most likely be something that was already in the bill. Dividing the question to take out an amendment that we've already debated and passed on, that's not the point of dividing.
I think that's debate.
I mean, that's fair.
I think
procedurally
is the North Hill representative. Is the goal to separate the AA from the rest of the bill?
It's to separate the pass-fail from the rest of the bill. The clauses that I amended in. that we amended it.
But we, again, I mean, I
That's
agree with
dilatory.
the transfer up that we already debated those.
Yeah, that's dilatory.
We did. And if we failed this bill,
right,
then our amendment, which was stuff that we near unanimously agreed upon,
yes,
would also fail. So this is to ensure that regardless of what happens with this bill, that stance is still, we still have a stance on.
The chair, it seems to me that since we are confident that that's based on the vote of the amendment, we are confident that that will pass. What we are not aware of yet is whether AA will pass, since we haven't had a vote on that. So I think that's what needs to be separated.
Right.
That's how
we would be voting on AA first, and then we would be moving and finishing up with the pass-fail. That is the situation that I have been advocating for.
But that's not
Well,
the.
It makes more sense to do the opposite.
Why? You just said that we should finish up on AA, and then we should.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is we should pass. We should vote first. We should vote on everything we're confident on will pass, and then vote on the stuff that we're not sure will pass. Because that way, the language in the bill remains. Because if the AA fails, then we lose the language in the bill, and then we're left with a two-clause bill.
Except then I can amend into that bill all of the clauses.
I'm not playing these.
You can't do that.
Online. It is 11 p.m. I'm trying to expedite.
I know. I'm not trying to.
But I think that might be the easiest way to do what you're trying to do.
Can we roll this dilatory?
Yeah, point of
It's about to be.
Because I'm trying to accommodate. All right, let's see if there's other points. Point of personal privilege from the BSOS representative.
Okay. So I kind of want to make this point as to why, I guess, no, I'm not going to go there because that's debate. I'm going to talk about the experience of the past 24 hours within having to make this bill. I don't know if that is, before I continue, I don't know if this is in process of debate. But
I'm not, yeah, I'm not.
So stop me if it sounds like I'm talking in debate, out of respect.
I
So,
will respectfully interrupt if that's.
oh, really?
We can hear them.
Oh, what? Oh, I can hear myself. No, okay. Sorry. But I wanted to clarify that this took a lot of hours and a lot of effort into being able to put in this bill. And so for the move to completely make this of a separate notion besides doing a couple of tacks to change things, not only do I think is like kind of I don't appreciate it regarding of the time and the energy that myself, a few other legislators and students within the student body collaborated together onto making this notion. And so with that being said, like if there are going to be any implementations as to what this will look like, it should be on the bill itself, and it shouldn't be of a that sounded like debate, so I'll stop. But
Right. Thank you.
I just want everyone to keep in mind of the fact that this was emergency legislation that had to be conducted within less than 24 hours. So
all right. There's other points before I'm going to address the business representative's motion. Off-campus neighboring.
Thanks. I don't really understand what's happening. I guess this is the point of order. I mean, is there a motion before this body? I mean, we're in this weird kind of limbo place. Like there is nothing drafted right now that is done. It's unclear if there are 5 other legislators who are co-sponsoring in support of this point to divide the question. So either like we should see if there are 6 legislators as specified in the bylaws who need to be in favor of a motion to divide the question for that to happen, or if they're not, we should move on.
Thank you. We just we haven't agreed on what the motion to divide the question is. And so that is why we're stuck in this limbo.
Yeah, I mean, can we agree on that then? I mean, that seems kind of relatively straight.
Thank you. I am trying with the North Hill representative. Thank you. All right, let's see what other points there are. And Campus Commons.
Hi. Okay, so I think I got this, but I just want to make sure. If the AA bill is passed first or is voted on first and does not pass, therefore the safety net is dissolved. So by voting on the safety net first, which we are more confident would pass, then we will have that no matter what happens with the AA bill.
Exactly.
Okay.
That is why I would prefer to vote on the safety net first and not the AA, because if we lose the AA, we lose a lot of the material. So I'm trying to persuade the North Hill representative to make that his motion.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Yep. But yes. All right. Point of order from off-campus neighboring. Or is that a repetitive one? Was that a repetitive point of order?
Yeah, I mean, I would renew my point of order that we should consider a motion. If there's not a motion prepared, then we should move on.
All right, then, all right, so.
I think, wasn't there a motion to call the question? Was that rescinded?
That was rescinded.
I would look favorably upon that being made again, because there is no other motion pending currently.
I have to hold the floor again.
You do hold the floor, but we're going through points right now. All right.
I know.
Next was business.
Oh,
you have a point?
Yes. Actually, I believe two. So just so that I and others are clear,
please.
And I think the South Campus Commons representative kind of was getting to this as well. If the AA bill fails, then we will not possibly be able to vote on the like split bill. That's just not a possibility at all.
Because currently the way it's split based on what I sent you is that it's the AA bill has everything, while the other one, the divided question, has everything except for AA.
Correct.
If we vote on AA first, we lose everything.
If it were to fail, yeah.
That are not AA, that therefore be it resolved, I think. So that is why I think we should vote on the safety net, which is part of the bill, and then vote on the second part of the bill, which has everything AA. So that way, if the AA fails, we still have the half that remains, and that's the safety net. Because I think based on our amendment, I think we're confident. And then if the AA passes, then the entire bill passes as a whole.
I understand. And my other point of information was since, people seem to be confused, the co-sponsors seem to be confused, things are not seeming to line up, would the speaker look favorably on another recess?
I think we're here talking, I know it's
because people we don't know what's going on.
I know, and I will be I will explain everything before any vote takes place so people know what they're voting on.
Okay.
All right, North Hill rep. What are your, yes, I know you've made a motion and I know I've asked you to, so and I appreciate you working with me through this.
Thank you. The motion that I made and wanted was simply to have us vote on the amendment as its own bill after voting on the AA. I'm not advocating for us to copy and paste this entire bill into a second bill and continue with those co-sponsors and all of that. And I just want to apologize for everyone for how confusing this has gotten, and this isn't what I wanted.
So let's do what you want and see how it turns out. So what is your motion?
What I would like us to do is to make that amendment, the amendments that I proposed, a second bill at this time, a second question. We're going to vote on the AA. I would like us to continue on the AA bill until that is finished. And then we will deal with the second question as is. If things go a certain way with the AA bill, then we can just get rid of the second question. I think that is the situation that is going to work for everyone.
I respectfully disagree, but I will let the motion take place. So for a motion to divide the question, requires 6 representatives in favor. So the way we'll do that is yeses will be the 6 that require the yeses. We're just gonna, So we have 2 yeses. I'll give it a couple more seconds. We have 3 yeses.
They're asking for votes.
They're asking for what?
Oh, sorry.
All right, so it looks like 3 yeses, that's not 6. So the motion does not carry. All right, so now we're back to the transfer representative. With negative 4. Wait, before you do that, if there's any points of personal privilege from BSOS rep.
So I guess I was in my point because of the most recent vote that we just had.
We were voting for what we were asking for seconds on the North Hill representatives division of the question. I can re-ask for seconds, but it requires 6 seconds to divide a question per the bylaws. Point of personal privilege from the public health representative.
I think any changes we make to add draw or like pass fail should be in a different bill another week and should like, because that's something we should work on. I think most of what we considered today was like AA, and I think anything else we should consider another week.
All right, so that's debate.
Oh,
sorry. Yep. All right. Point of information. There is no division currently. Point of information from the business representative.
Okay. So yeah, I think many of us from the Slack, we didn't know what exactly was going on here. So for my point of information is what are the implications of whether this succeeds or fails? Because I think many of us want to know what will happen here with that.
So from the chair's perspective, and I will answer this question, is that the motion to divide the question was to vote on the original bill that was submitted without the amendments regarding the negative stance of the current policy. And then if that fails, we would have been left with 2 clauses, and then the North Hill representative suggested amending back the bill to the 2 clauses. So that is how that motion to divide the question would have looked like.
So correct me if I'm wrong. If this motion fails, then if this motion fails, then there's no possible way, in your opinion, for if this motion fails, correct? There's no possible way for us to pass the original bill first, followed by the divided question.
In the opinion of the chair, it would make more sense to pass the safety net.
And I completely understand that. And in your opinion, in order to ensure passing the safety net, which of those options would be the most favorable to that in this current vote?
So it would be to do the safety net first, it would not to second.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
That is opinion of the chair. It's dividing the question, not a division vote. Speaker Pro Tem had a point of information. Can you raise your hand, Speaker Pro Tem?
It doesn't matter because he rescinded his motion.
Who rescinded the motion?
North Hill.
Where?
In the
Slack. Motion. Thank you. Then the international rep.
So now that's 6. Okay, the point of personal privilege, and there's a question in there. So
then it's a point of information.
Yeah. So since 6 people did not vote, the bill would not be split. And then if we vote for the bill with AA, even the amendments won't pass, and we would not even have the safety net.
So the safety net only occurs if you divide the question. And I rescind my motion from the North Hill representative, so there is no dividing the question. So we're back to looking at one bill. So that brings us back about an hour.
Okay, yeah, but point of personal privilege.
Yeah.
If people do not support the AA bill, even the bill with the safety net, which is I feel like we should be urging the administration as soon as possible about, is not passed just because it did not get split.
So the way, yes. So the way so in the opinion of the chair, the way to split it to create a safety net is we vote on the safety net first, which is the divided question that I put in general.
But it didn't even split.
We haven't split, but someone may motion to split.
Wait, what?
People are still able to motion to split.
Okay, so can I motion to split?
If you would like to. So what is your motion?
The motion is to split, put the amendments in another bill, and then vote on that first.
All right, so there's been a motion to divide the question, and please work with me to make sure, is to first vote on the copy of divided question bill, which is what we've been calling the safety net.
Yeah.
And that is all the information about, about why the current opt-out pass-fail option needs to be changed. And there is no mention of AA.
Yes. And it does mention all the thing we talked about, the amending the pass-fail policy. Yes.
And then the second half would be the AA stuff.
Yes.
Is that the way you would like to divide the question?
Yes. And then after dividing, I would like to amend it, but that's a thing.
Okay. Now we have a new point of order from North Hill representative. Yes.
I don't think that the speaker should be imposing all of his personal opinions on how everything is going over while still presiding.
I think that I am able to encourage procedural stuff, not about material. I will defer to the parliamentarian if any of my stuff has overstepped.
I don't believe this is really in the realm of opinion so far as everything you said is kind of opinion, but it's interpretation. So.
I haven't talked about the merits of the bill or anything of substance of the bill. I'm trying to, since there's been interest in dividing the question, that is the only thing I've mentioned. So North Hill representative, any other questions?
That'll be all.
So again, to divide the question, as the international rep has a point of clarification from the business rep.
I just wanted to clarify that I'm not sure if this was referenced by the North Hill rep, but when I made my point of information, I specifically asked the speaker for his opinion. So he didn't just voluntarily give it, I specifically asked for it. So yes, that's it.
Again, I am not commenting on the bill itself. I'm commenting on the procedure that has been asked. Point of personal privilege.
Okay. So I wanted to kind of see what this well, I guess this is a point of information. What exactly does the safety net truly mean to impose? And if that, would that consider it to be completely changing the entire subject of the bill?
Can I answer that?
I don't know if that's debate, but
it's a question, and I will answer it, and then I will let the international rep as well. The quote-unquote safety net is the copy of the divided question, which includes the exact same title, and I think it stands, is to reconsider the opt-out pass-fail system and support other emergency rating. And then the therefore be it resolved clauses are all about urges that it's in line with the original title, and the resolved clauses are all the same except for one of them. It is solely one clause that is, let me see, I just want to be sure. Yes, only one clause is different. So an international rep.
Okay, so the thing is, I completely support the AA bill, and some of the reasons that I heard why the AA bill is not being supported is because it's not realistic and yada yada yada. I was very concerned that the present policy should be amended as soon as possible, and for that, we would have to, SGA as a whole has to pass the bill supporting the amendments on the current policy today. But piling it with the AA policy is going to, David seems very disappointed at me.
It's close to debate.
It is debate.
That is why I want to separate it. It's nothing to do with like the present bill.
All right.
So my point of information with that is instead of completely abridging it to where it's a completely separate bill, if we're going to talk about the safety net, why can't that be imposed as amendments to the current bill that we're discussing?
Because then that depends on AA policy. And I don't want people to choose between amending the present policy that the university has and then also supporting AA policy.
Right, all right. The content of the safety net is there is no new language in there. It is part of the original bill, and that is the division of the question in my understanding. And the parliamentarian, please tell me if I'm misunderstanding this. The division of the question just divides certain parts of the bill to be voted on separately. And so the first part that we would be voting on is the one part of the bill, and then we would be voting on the second part of the bill. Does that answer your point of information, BSOS rep?
It does.
Okay, great. And then there's, I believe, another point of information from the other BSOS rep.
Hi, sorry, my voice, I'm sick. I'm just confused. I have a point of information, as I said. For this type of dividing of the question, it was stated earlier by the other BSOS rep that the original bill had been worked on by quite a few people. And I just, not myself personally, but I just wonder how those original authors would feel about their content being used in a separate bill that would defer to the original authors, which I know was not just that BSOS rep, but also students helped to write it.
I will, I'm happy to give them time, and I would encourage them to indicate that they would like to answer. But this is not a separate bill. It is just, we're voting on half the bill and then the other half of the bill. It is presented as a separate document just because to make it easier for those who are, since we're online, but it is the same bill. And so let's see who, so it looks like BSOS rep would like to answer their factual opinion on this.
So my response to this, especially inflicting as myself as the current bill sponsor, I think that it would not make that much sense to try to impose it, to conflict it as two different channels. I think if we are going to advocate and come within our final decision as to what we want to be able to do within like advocating for the body itself, I understand that there is the intent that there may be some people that are for the bill that are still making this motion. I get it. I it's fine. But what I don't think that everyone is seeing is the implicit behavior that would be shown within the proceeding of this set motion, and that will dramatically influence the voting within this bill. That might have sounded like debate, but I'm just giving my full response as requested. And so I think out of respect for everyone that was involved within making up the bill, that it should all be through one channel and that it shouldn't be derived and in place within somewhere else, because we should be cognizant of more things than intended.
Thank you. So I'm gonna give the option. So hearing that, would the international rep like to rescind their motion or no?
No.
Okay, seeing no. So we'll move into the division, and the procedure is that you need 6 seconds, six representatives in favor to pass. And parliamentarian, please make sure that I'm doing this right, because I've never done
so far, yeah.
So it needs 6 seconds. So what the seconds mean is that we would be dividing the question. It would be still one bill, but we're dividing half the bill is talking about the flaws of the current policy in place. And then the second half would be the encouraging of the AA policy. And so it would require 6 seconds, and it has 7 right now. It has more than 7 now. So parliamentarian so then what? Do we vote?
But then you just divide it. It's not like a normal mechanism the way I'm reading it. It requires 6 representatives in favor to the motion now.
So upon a successful motion,
yeah,
consider divided.
Yeah, and then we're voting on each thing separately. So we've already divided this.
So there is no vote on the division itself. All right, so I'll get a point of information from the off-campus outline. Go ahead.
I have 2 points of information. One, what are the asks of the bill? Like, if we split the question, what does the first thing tell us we have to do? And then after that, if we say no to the first for the safety net, then does the entire bill get cut off?
No, because then we just have the AA policy.
So it's the AA policy without the first half of the bill. Or
No,
is it the
AA
entire AA policy?
Everything with the AA
The
policy.
entire bill.
Yes.
Okay, so it's the entire bill for the second bill, correct?
It would be it would be everything that has to do with AA policy.
So only AA policy. So if the first vote gets denied,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Then the second question will only be AA policy without anything else.
And all the previews about it. And you can
so the stuff from the so it's like this right now, right? Does it go like this or does it go like this?
I don't know what these hand gestures are.
Okay. Does the language from the first question go into the second question? Yeah, can you answer?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the information about COVID-19 and the university, which is basically giving a backdrop, remains the same in both the questions. It's basically the therefore part, which is basically saying, oh, the AA is good, and then there's one therefore part, which is saying, if the university decides to stay with the system it has opted, these are the changes we want. But then there's one part which is like, this is a shit policy. Sorry, and we would want the AA policy. So and the thing is, both of them can pass, and that's great. But they both wouldn't depend on each other.
Oh, let me unmute. I'm sorry. It was.
So it's only the therefores that are getting split?
Essentially, I guess.
Okay, and then if the first therefore gets split and we're saying no to the first therefores will not carry over.
So the first part is, yes, the first therefore is not there, and everything that leads up to the first therefore isn't there. Like the background for the first.
Okay.
All right. Check ledge. Does the transfer representative have a point?
So under this division, would you have 2 bills that have some of the same information in it?
No, it is one bill. And I will say this again. It looks like 2 documents, but it is one bill. It's 2 documents because we are online and I'm trying to make this work.
Yeah.
It is one bill, and the one bill the first to divide would be the first half is everything that is to do with I feel like I'm a broken record. Is everything with why pass fail is bad, and the second thing is everything about why we need to implement AA.
Yeah, no, but my question is when you divide that.
There wouldn't be any overlapping, no.
Okay.
All right, then there's a point of personal privilege.
I had something as a train of thought, but I kind of forgot. So I'm gonna use this time, I guess, to invoke that proceeding to do this, even though it sounds like it's supposed to be something that is meant to be beneficial, I think that I just don't think it would, just based on the fact that if we are going to make these changes.
That's debate. That's debate.
Okay, well, I'll make an actual point of personal privilege then. Okay, because I had a second point. My point of personal privilege is to be mindful of the type of language that you are using in regards of commenting upon certain policies that are being implemented, because there are students that have shown different perspectives as to what policy or option that they are going for. And so do not disrespect these students that are wanting to participate and spend long hours with us within trying to conceive what is the best model for them. So please keep that in mind.
Yes.
I apologize.
All right, so parliamentarian.
Here.
We've divided it, so now we vote on each part?
That's correct.
All right, so
Can I motion to amend a part before that happens?
We've had so much time to do that.
I think it's time to vote, right? And each shall be voted on separately?
Yeah.
But can I motion to amend a part? It's very tiny.
Debate constraints shall remain the same, but we still have the amends.
So actually, no, you can't, because the negative floor is now, right? Parliamentarian. Hello?
I'm here.
All right, so currently the negative floor has the floor, and it's the transfer representative who holds it. And it looks like we need a motion to vote on the first part and then a motion to vote on the second part.
I mean, you could motion to call the question.
Yeah, to call the. So I'm going to go to the transfer rep who has the floor right now. It's not the international rep. Transfer rep, could you raise your hand? Transfer rep, you have the floor and it's been divided.
Yeah, so my understanding is that I can't motion to call the entire question. I have to motion separately, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The floor is yours. What would you like to do with the floor?
I'd like to call the question.
On the first division?
Yeah, whichever one goes first.
Yeah, so the first division is what is the copy of the divided question. This is the language that does not include any of the AA material. It only includes urging admin to reconsider opt-out pass-fail options and to extend some things that we were discussing earlier tonight. Are there any questions about this? Yes, voting with rights. Go. Yes, of course. Yes, anyone can vote with rights, and then we'll go with rights later. All right, so we'll move into a period of voting. So what this voting is just, again, on the language that is in copy of divided question, okay? Which is, again, all about the pass-fail and the changes we want to see regarding the current system. A vote of yes is in favor of this. A vote of no is against this language. All right. The business representative has a point of information.
Very quick question. So if this were to pass, and then the next thing that we vote on, which I believe would be the AA policy, were to pass, would we have two bills? Like, would they both?
It would be one bill. It is still one bill. It's just first half, second half of one big bill.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. So now
we're voting on whether to call the question, correct?
Yes. No. So I need a second. You're right. So are there seconds on? So I'm going to clear all. And we're going to vote because I feel like I've said the same thing 10 times. So we're going to vote on again the copy of divided question. So are there any seconds on this? And you can indicate that with a check mark. Great, there are. Are there any objections to this? There is an objection. So we'll move into a period of voting whether or not to call the question. What is the international rep trying to do?
Point of information. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so annoying. It's just a point of information.
What is your point of information?
The thing is, we're the copy we're voting on. If I want to make a small amendment on that, can I right now?
Nope. You would have nope. Because the motion to call the question has been called. I'm sorry. All right, so you can object, and then so we'll move into since there has been an objection, we'll move into a period of voting on whether or not to vote. So please vote yes if you believe it is time to vote. Please vote no on whether if you believe we need to discuss this further and do the international representatives amendment. Please vote. Please vote. And this is a procedural vote, so you cannot abstain. All right, so with a vote of 28 to 5, it passes. So now we'll move into a period of voting on the first half of the bill. Again, this is one bill. This is the first half of it. It has been written all separately for your convenience in the copy of divided questions. So a vote, I'm going to clear all. A vote of yes is going to be in favor of the language in the copy of divided question. A vote of no is going to be against the language. And this is where you can vote with rights. The procedural motion, there is no voting with rights. But here, I'm happy to have rights. Yes, all right. So, and then a yes and a no and abstention is possible here. So this is just on the language. Again, please vote. Hand raise is going to be the abstention. So with a vote, I'm just going to scroll down to make sure that only reps are voting. So with a vote of 29 to 3, hold up. Yes, that makes sense. 29 to 3 to 4, or to 5, my bad, because it's me included. 29 to 3 to 5, this part of the bill passes. So now I'm going to clear all. If you were voting with rights, you will have 1 minute. Please raise your hand so I know who you were. And you will have 1 minute to explain your vote. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay. So I just want you guys to understand the procedure and how long it took to get to the bill to this point. And even though I voted abstain because I agree with the language, but I see the way that this was used, it almost turned into a hostage situation. By mutilating this bill, what we have done is that we have disrespected the wishes of the original bill makers. And it's not just me and Alyssa. You have to understand, there were over 30 people at 2 a.m. in the morning working on this bill to get to this point. And the point of the bill was to tell the undergraduate student body that double A is the right answer, and we should be debating if double A is right answer. However, what we have done is created a hostage situation, and that is why I abstained. Thank you.
We will still be debating double A in a second. All right, so BSOS representative.
Okay, so the reason why I abstained was that I feel like I was definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place within having to make this decision. Given that I not only am the bill sponsor, but I worked with many others within the implication of this bill, and we worked countless hours since 2 a.m. To work on this. I find it to where it is confusing, where I wish that there were more people that wanted to be involved within the process if they were having such this, I guess, whatever mode that you want to call it with how you feel towards the double A. My Slack was open, other people's Slacks were open. I wish there was more involvement within the process of wanting to navigate more things of what people wanted to do. And I don't think that dividing this really solved the answer at all. And so that's why I abstained. And with this putting in 2 channels, it really hurt the entire purpose of the bill itself.
Thank you. We're not done debating the bill, as I said earlier. North Hill rep, please.
While I voted in favor of course, the amendments that I authored, first I'm just going to explain that I'm in support of them because I believe that students are going to be screwed over by the current pass-fail system, and we have to do something about it. However, super not happy about how any of this was handled in terms of dividing the question. And I think that we should all keep in mind that now that we have voted in favor of this response that that might hopefully work with the system, that we now vote ideologically and in favor of something that is going to help students who need it more, which is probably double A. Thank you.
All right. Off-campus outline.
Yeah, so the reason I abstained, I also 100% support the language, but on one very important condition. I only support passing that first part that we just passed if we pass the original bill, the double A policy. The reason I see it this way is because I'm thinking about this from an advocate perspective. I was writing the bill, so were hundreds of students were involved in this process. And I think it is really disrespectful to all those students. We were up at 2 a.m. We woke up again early today to finish the bill by the deadline. It's really disrespectful to divide that bill, because I'm just imagining a situation right now in which that first part passed and the second part doesn't, and students will feel co-opted by this organization. And so I think that is something that has not been brought up, and I'm really sad about that. And I hope that we do pass the second part and that we do show good faith with all the students who have been very involved in this. Thanks, I yield back.
Thank you. International rep.
Okay, first of all, I'm really sorry whoever felt disrespected about it. That was not my intention. I just wanted there to be a safety net which did not have any strings attached, because people had such conflicted views about double A. I completely support it, but I thought that it is a very time-sensitive matter and we needed to have a safety net before next week. I did not mean to offend anyone. Please believe that.
All right, thank you. And then business rep.
I am one of the co-sponsors of the original bill in its original form, and I wanted to explain why I voted for this most recent provision, or whatever you're calling it, because I think that, first and foremost, what we all want to do is help the students, and we want to make sure their voices are heard and everything. And I also spent, time working with the group and everything, gathering information for this bill and everything else that we've been doing. But I also want it to be clear that there's disagreement on double A, and I completely understand why there is. while I still support a AA policy and will be voting for it in our next vote, I think we should also hone in on what we all agree upon, or the majority of us. The majority of us still think that there are flaws within the current system that the administration has proposed. And I think that by us voting in support of this bill, regardless of what happens to the next bill, make sure that our voice is heard regardless of what happens. And I think that that's what I believe, that we should make our voice heard as soon as possible, because like waiting until next week is not a possibility for us.
Thank you. All right. I think that is it for rights. So now that that has passed, we're back to the floor regarding the second. There was a point of order, so I'll, from the CMNS rep. Could you raise your hand, CMNS? Go ahead.
Yeah, not sure if point of order was the one to go with here, but I did want to bring up that during the vote for copy of divided question, there were only 14 people on the document. So really want to make sure that we know what we're voting on before we vote on it, because again, our decisions really do matter here, and we should be really educated before taking a stance on these bills. Yeah, just want to make sure that like all the legislators are on these docs if that's what we're talking about.
I appreciate the concern. I did say 7 or so times, I think, and there were no other questions. So I don't know if the number of people on the document is indicative. I just, yeah, so thank you for your point. All right, seeing no further points, we'll move back onto the floor. I'm just checking. So the transfer rep still has the floor.
Yeah.
Would you like to debate about AA, or you can call the question?
I'm going to call the question.
So now we have called the question on AA. So are there any seconds on that? There are. Are there any objections? Please indicate X if there's an objection on voting on AA. Not seeing any. There is an objection. So now let me make sure. So there's an objection. We'll move into a period of voting on whether or not to vote. All right. So this is what we did last time. This is a procedural motion, so you cannot abstain. All right. So a vote of yes means that you are ready to vote. A vote of no means that you want to continue debating regarding AA. Please vote. Transfer rep, that's you included.
Oh, sorry, I thought I voted. I unvoted is what happened.
So with a vote of 26 to 8, the motion carries. So now we'll move into a period of voting. Somehow it became 26-9, but now everything's changing. So 26-8 adds up to the number that I think we've been having. So now we'll move into a period of voting on the bill, on the AA policy, and whether or not to include that in the final bill. So please, a vote of yes is everything regarding AA. A vote of no is against AA. Please vote. So again, a vote of yes is in favor of AA, and a vote of no is against AA. So I'm going to go down and make sure that everyone is voting and only eligible members can vote. And please, so again, I see vote changes, so I'm going to clarify again. A vote of yes is in favor of AA, and a vote of no is against AA. so with a vote of 23 to 13 to 1, the AA passes. So the entire bill as submitted with amendments passes. Congratulations. Worked on the bill. All right. I'll clear all. If anyone voted with rights, please, you get a minute. But if you didn't, all right, off-campus neighboring, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, to everyone who voted yes, even to everyone who voted no, thanks for participating in this conversation. I think this is a really good example of how SGA listen to students organizing on this campus, students in our organization, students out of our organization, listen to student activism on this campus, listen to what people were advocating for, and took a stand to further that. And I hope we can keep pushing on this. I reject that this kind of fight is over just because the administration has come out with one policy. I think we can keep working on this, and I hope we will. Thanks.
All right, North Hill representative.
I just wanted to say, I voted yes for all of the reasons that anybody would vote yes. It's just the situation that helps the most people, and that's how we have to think. But I just want to say that we as an SGA just became one of the many groups of undergraduate representatives around the country that have now voted for this. And that means that when other SGAs are fighting for this, they will be able to look to UMD as a leader in something, and that even if this doesn't get AA for our campus, maybe it could help in any kind of fight for anybody in any campus that is struggling potentially more than ours. So I would just applaud every effort that is happening here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then the business rep, or sorry, BSOS representative.
So I want to say that I'm speechless. There's so many things I could say right now, but I literally have a minute, so I will keep it short. This has been a really long fight. At least I can attest for myself and my participation. And I really just want to thank everyone that was a part of the process and being able to make this come into a reality. As vouching for the North Hill representative, like, we are being seen as students that are promoting ourselves as leaders, not only for the university, but for the country. And we're really in this profound state right now. We sincerely are working for we are really in solidarity with the students, not only that spoke, but that didn't speak. And we are really on a long road to really becoming more of what we are. So I just want to thank everybody that was a part of the process. And I want to thank everybody that also
Sorry, 1 minute,
had
1 minute.
an inclination to want to.
I'm sorry, time in 1 minute. I have to follow the rules. All right, business representative.
First and foremost, obviously, I voted for the bill. I was part of the working group that worked to get this bill drafted and get all of the information within it and everything like that. But first, I would like to thank every legislator, whether they voted for it or against it, because I think it is good for us to have a non-unanimous vote. Typically, it's always all of us voting for the same thing, or one or two people either abstaining or voting against it, but actually having a substantial number of people who vote against this, whether it's something I worked on or not. I think it's always a good thing. I think we should thank the student leaders who have brought this to our attention, whether you agree with it or not. I think they worked a lot. They worked very hard during their spring break to, bring this to our attention, to bring this to the nation's attention, honestly. And I would like to also thank everyone who talked with me, whether it's my constituents, other legislators, or anyone else in SGA. And so thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Undergraduate Studies representative.
All right. Hello, everyone. Quickly again. So of course, I'm really glad about the bill. I'm very excited for it. However, my point doesn't have to do with anything of that. My point has to do with the cross that I did not feel comfortable with the international rep having to apologize. I feel like in general, you should never apologize to say how you feel. I understand that it's late and everyone wants to go to sleep, but I do want to explain the fact that she's also the person who got up at 4 a.m. to join this meeting. And I think that we have to be respectful to understand that because no one else, to my understanding, other than her and other international students who had to get up early for this meeting, no one else had to get up this early. So I feel like that's disrespectful to make someone feel any type of way, to feel uncomfortable, to speak how they feel. And I'm very disappointed because, not to call anyone out, but I just feel like if you're going to be leadership of this legislative team, that is during a time where I feel like you should be able to defend your legislative members. And I felt like after she apologized, it was just okay and brushed off to move on. And I feel like that's not how it should be. Someone should have been there to speak against that, to say that she should never have had to apologize, to explain how she felt. So I wanted to make that clear that I'm not okay with that.
And I apologize. I guess you're right. You are right. And I want to make a comment about the debate at the end of the rights, and I'm sorry. CMNS representative.
Yeah, so I just like to echo Jordan's point, first of all, that yes, we all want the best for our students, and the fact that the international studies rep had to apologize is just unacceptable. It's just, yes, things take time, but the best interest is there. Like, we want our students to be in the best condition possible. And I want to once again speak that I'm really glad that there was a debate today. I voted against the bill passed, but that's healthy for the organization. And I think the bill that was passed was better and improved because that debate occurred. I'm happy with today's debate, although I'm not satisfied with the result. I think it was a really good process, and I'm glad that for the most part, it was a civil process. I'm very glad with that.
All right. Thank you. International rep. And I will, before you start, I will apologize. I should have, you should not, I'm sorry you ever felt that you needed to apologize.
It's not your fault. And thanks a lot for whoever texted me right now. Like, I got really emotional for a second, and I know like the reason why I felt it, like nobody intentionally made me feel that way. Just the way I did not want to make anyone feel disrespectful or bad in any kind of way. That's just not who I am. So thanks for the debate today. I feel like it was really good. And I feel like we made a very good decision today. Yeah. Good night.
Good night, or good morning, I guess. All right. All right, off-campus outlying.
Oh my gosh, what was, all right, my fault. Hi there, everyone. So, two things. First, thank you so much for getting this bill passed. The debate was very healthy, and I'm very happy to see the organization thrive like this. Secondly, I like to personally apologize for the statements I said to make anybody feel uncomfortable tonight. As a student leader, I know I need to put myself out there and admit to know when my language is off, and I do apologize for anything I said tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Off-campus outlying.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say again, thank you everybody for the really great debate. And also, I wanted to take responsibility that even if I didn't intend to make someone feel bad, I'm really, really so sorry if I did make anybody feel bad or disrespected. I wasn't referring to any specific people, and I really appreciate all of the good intentioned efforts and debate that we had throughout, but that's it.
Thank you. And I think that was it for rights. All right. I will make one comment, and then I think I'll take any motion because we don't have anything left on the agenda. The debate obviously got heated because this is something that we're passionate about, and I appreciate the debate. I appreciate the time that people took. I want all of you also to say thank you to your parents or to whoever, wherever you guys are, because I know my parents are walking in and out and being like, why are you still talking? And I, I appreciate the time. I appreciate the effort. I appreciate you guys dealing with me. I know I can sense when there is hatred in the room. Fine, but my priority is to make sure that what is best for the org, in my opinion. And I apologize if there was ever a moment when I wasn't doing that or wasn't doing that to my best ability. So with that, I will unmute all and I'll take
motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Y'all got another bill? Hold on.
Motion to adjourn. Objections?
Not leaving.
Right, hearing none.
I've actually got a bill.
Thank you.
Oh, transfer rep. No, not that background.
People don't left already.
People done left.
They didn't even care.
How?
Do we got a finance bill? Hold on.
Finance
Hey, finance bill. Student updates.
Ben, turn on your camera. Ben, turn on your camera.
Oh, okay.
Turn on your camera. Streaming.
Which egg am I?
Oh my gosh, we can't tell. Wow.
That's so funny.
Your eyes, Philmon.
Hi, Naya. Oh my gosh, Naya, I didn't even know you were here.
Well, I've been here. I just turned my camera on.
Hey, Naya, you're just like lurking over there.
Wait, is it on the top where you can see everyone at once?
Yeah, you have Steam.
Really?
They don't play on Steam.
I'm on my phone, so I have to swipe.
How you doing?
I mean, I haven't been doing that.
Ireland, your thing is off.
Oh my god, the shake is everywhere. Oh my.
Wow.
Oh, she's right there.
We're 6 feet.
6 feet. 6 feet.
Yo, who's not an SJ who's on this call? I'm trying to talk to you.
Hey, Kelly. Kelly.
Hey, Hunter, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Kelly, can you give us a tour of your house?
Are we still alive?
Okay, just the room. Just the room. No, I'm just kidding.
Cole, no.
Communications director. I have a question.
What is it you say?
You
Soft
unmute
Top?
by any chance?
It's not even 1 a.m. and we're finished.